this game up,
Hmm.
your little fucking nuts are gonna start quaking, buddy.
They came from so far away, and children playing like a band. No one seemed to notice that they came at distance. They just stood outside and smoked and talked of business. Play that song and get it go to hell when you die. Wave goodbye and shoot to your guitars. Play that song and get it go to hell when you die. Wave goodbye and shoot to your guitars. And they played and you watched and you yelled at the drummer as he poured out the flames and you passed out. Play that song and get it go to hell when you die. Wave goodbye and shoot to your guitars. Play that song and get it go to hell when you die. Wave goodbye and shoot to your guitars. Got on my got on my side, and they played and you watched till the end of the summer when they boarded their planes and you walked out on feet of full, soaked up and sweating, feel awful, ever forever. Ever forever, ever forever, ever forever, ever forever.
down and let's talk about things that we can all get behind here and not be defining it. Like, did someone in the campaign go, quick, we're not doing great in the swing states. What if Doug Emhoff defined Yiddish terms? What if could we do that? Could we get Doug Emhoff defining Yiddish terms to reach out to swing state people? How do we get working class whites? Well, what if Doug Emhoff told them what verklempt meant? I mean, I just don't understand. It is better than him in Whataburger. I'd rather see him. And are they eating Chinese food? Is that what they're doing? Are they eating Chinese food? Are they eating? Can we go back to what they're eating? Yep. Are they eating Chinese food? Are they doing that?
I think being a lawyer for so long, nobody wants to hire.
Is this what they're doing?
Best Jewish dish that
I think they're just doing Q&A.
There's no food? There's got to be food. Go to the picture.
Yeah.
What is that?
It looks like bao buns and maybe some Chinese food and Jewish stuff mixed in.
Close up on the food. What is that?
AI-generated food?
Is that real food? Why does he have that drink? What is that drink? Close up on that. Is that orange juice?
No, it's like pear colored. It's like peach.
What is going on here? Is that real food? I think they AI'd the food in. Something is weird with that food in their hands. It doesn't look real. What is Emhoff eating? He's eating something you can't find anywhere on the table. Men, when we leave the house, it's phone, wallet, keys, and how's my hair look? But if you're experiencing hair loss, you may not be so confident when you step outside your door. It's time to get that confidence back out there. To be honest, it bothers me. Bath and Body Works accused of selling racist candle. Let's see this. Let's watch this.
Bath and Body Works has stopped selling one of its winter-themed candles because of a backlash that the design somehow resembles Ku Klux Klan hoods. Take a look. The move came after some people online
that is
said
a little
snowflake
that is a bit
of the candle
clannish.
resembled the hoods worn by Klan's members. Bath and Body Works says the design was unintentional and they apologized to anyone who was offended by it. The candle has been pulled from the store's website.
I want it now. Now I want it. Because now it's a collector's item. If you have the Bath and Body Works KKK candle, now you have a collector's item. A Florida love story. A woman suffocates boyfriend in suitcase during hide and seek. Interesting. Florida continues to thrive despite many problems with the weather. Florida is still thriving, and so are its citizens. Horrifying video shows boyfriend trapped in suitcase begging, "I can't breathe," while killer girlfriend films him. I gotta be honest with you out there. The people don't seem well. Am I alone in this? The people, the actual people, don't seem well. And this is why the politicians don't care. Because they're going, well, they're just killing each other. They're suffocating each other in suitcases. So what are we going to do? We're going to get Whataburger to stop putting sugar in the barbecue sauce? They're suffocating each other in suitcases. Disturbing cell phone footage showed a Florida woman accused of fatally suffocating her boyfriend in a suitcase, giggling as he pled for help while trapped in the luggage. God. Sarah Boone, 46, was arrested in February. This is a while ago, 2020, after telling police she'd passed out after zipping Jorge Torres, 42, inside the bag during a booze-filled game of hide and seek at their home in Winter Park, Florida. However, footage from her phone shows him thrashing around in the suitcase, telling her, "I can't fucking breathe," as she yells back at him. Do we have the video?
Yeah, I mean, we can't show it. We'd have to.
Why can't we show it?
Because the guy dies.
Okay, but we showed Doug Emhoff and Whataburger. There's no way that this is more disturbing than Doug Emhoff in Whataburger.
We can show it and we can blur it.
Torres repeatedly called out for Boone and she replied through laughter, "For everything you've done to me, fuck you, stupid." This is crazy. Let's see her. Can we blur it out?
Yes, yeah, that's what we'll do.
Okay, so then play it for me.
Yeah, of course. Here you go.
What's the Daily Mail here?
Let's see.
Crazy. Warning, this video shows Doug Emhoff eating
For everything
AI-generated
you've done to
food.
me. For everything you've done to me.
Sarah.
You.
Sarah.
You.
Sarah.
Stupid.
Sarah.
Crazy.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
She's hammered.
Sarah. I can't breathe, babe. Seriously.
Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me.
Sarah.
They probably didn't have a great relationship, you know,
Sarah.
up to this point. I would imagine it wasn't ideal.
Sarah.
Why would he get into a suitcase? They were playing hide and go seek. What happened to her? Is she in jail?
Yeah, she, I think, got sentenced to
Life?
second-degree murder, so at least 25 years in jail. Yeah.
Wow.
She goes on later in the video to say this is what it's like when you cheat on me, so...
Yeah. Well, this is why it's so important, in my estimation, to not play child games like hide and go seek. It's a stupid game. If you're dating somebody and they say, why don't we play hide and go seek? You say, no, I'm not doing that. Because it's a very easy way for someone to suffocate you in such an interesting life. To just kill your boy. I mean, obviously I'm saying I'm against it. But I'm saying what a weird way to just, that's her thing now. She's going to tell everybody in jail, like, I suffocated my boyfriend by locking him by trapping him or whatever in a suitcase. And he begged me to let him out and I didn't. And he just, you know, what a Halloween episode. But by the way, it's still somehow not as disturbing as Doug Emhoff eating fake food that's not real. Barron Trump shows golden personality at dinner. Barron Trump starting to come into his own, having a lot of fun. Seems like a fun guy. Who would ever eat dinner food with a silver spoon? Mine was gold. Fun. Okay. Interesting.
It was just like a private dinner, but him speaking is kind of becoming more of a thing now that he's in college.
He's now going to NYU and he's out there. It's an interesting, trajectory. Does he go into politics? Is it a Trump dynasty? I don't know. The big guy has it. Do the rest of them have it? I don't know if the rest of them have it. I don't think the rest of them have it. I don't know. Maybe Barron does. I have no idea. But I think it's really it's a Don game. It's a Trump game. And I don't know if the rest of those, and you got to remember, America doesn't love dynasties. We kind of get tired of them. That's where Trump came from. We were very tired of the word Bush and the word Clinton. So I don't know. He's a bit young. Where's Melania been? Is she around? What's going on?
She just released
she released a book.
Yeah.
Have you read her book? Are people reading her book? Should I read her book? My book is coming, by the way. Stop with that. Just hassling me all the time. You'll get it. You'll get the book, or you won't. But you're going to get it. What's the problem? I ghost wrote Melania's book for her first, and now my book will be coming out, but it's not. Oh, Emily in Paris fans are upset that Rome is dirtier and more crowded than by the way, can you imagine being an Emily in Paris fan? What is the show Emily in Paris about? It's about a woman who goes to my friend goes, my father loves Emily in Paris. I go, I had no idea your dad was gay. Congrats. There's no way. Can we play like a trailer for Emily in Paris?
We can play the season 1 trailer just to get an idea of what it
Just
is.
to see what it is. This show is a huge show. It clobbered me in the top 10. I want to know because everybody loves it. I don't get it. What is it about? Is it about Doug Emhoff's ex-wife who he cheated on?
So here's the synopsis real quick.
Yeah, please.
After landing her dream job in Paris, Chicago marketing exec Emily Cooper embraces her adventurous new life
Wow.
while juggling work, friends, and romance.
And now people are mad that
So in Italy, they are filming, I guess, the new season there, and people are saying that
there's not enough homeless.
there's not enough homeless, and then they're also sort of like sterilizing Italy, and that there's more sort of vulgarity, and people are more passionate when they argue in public, and this show is making them seem like they're not.
Yeah, but that's the point. This is how dumb people are. The point of entertainment is to lie to you, dummy. I don't understand. What do you think? They're going to have boats of migrants crashing on the beach? Netflix spent a lot of money on this, okay? What do you think they're going to have? Georgia Maloney screaming about the migrants? It's a fantasy. No one from Chicago who works in marketing gets to go to Paris and have a great life. This isn't the way it is. People that work in Chicago in marketing get a gun to the back of their head when they walk out of Bloomingdale's. That's not the way this goes. This is a fantasy. I don't understand the law. Everybody wants everything to be relentless. You are going to crave fantasy in the next 10 to 20, 50 years. You are going to pray for it. You are going to need it. You are going to ask for it. You are going to want to remember a time when things were not as bad as they are. Let this bitch enjoy Rome without pickpockets and thieves, and of course they're sanitizing it. That's the entire point. What do you think it is? It's going to be an hour about the migrant crisis and grooming gangs? Let's play the trailer here for Emily in Paris, season 1.
Emily Cooper?
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
This is also not Paris. No one has a burqa.
I'm Emily.
You know, it's not. Everyone's white. I'm telling you, most people she's going to meet are white. Let's see if I'm right. Let's go. Where's the Algerians? Okay, one black
to
chick.
teach the French some American tricks.
Has anyone noticed this is a very dysfunctional workplace?
I think you're the one bringing the
One
drama.
black guy. This is Paris from 1997, by the way. And that's what they're marketing. They're marketing the idea that you go to Europe and it's glamorous and sexy and you have this amazing life. And that's not the case, by the way. It's not the case. I love Europe. I've been multiple times, but it is a place with many different aspects to it. Some are positive, some are not. But Americans who are sitting on their couch in whereversville want to watch something about Emily going to Paris and having this sexy, romantic, idyllic, picturesque time. Ditto Rome or wherever else. They would, if they do Emily in Paris, by the way, in Tel Aviv, they're not going to show anything. Do you understand that? No matter where this show goes, you're not getting the real flavor of the place. Emily in Paris is not going to be a show about the socio-political dynamics of the area. It's going to be a show where an attractive woman goes out and falls in and out of love with people and has silly, goofy, fun times with friends. And it doesn't matter where it's shot. They could shoot it in Darfur. They would ignore all of it. They would ignore it. It would be in Tel Aviv. You would see her at the beach. What they showed wasn't the real Rome, said Cristiana Cavallo, a hairdresser. They made Rome to be too clean. There were no crowds. Paris was more real. The show has long come under criticism for depicting Paris as a city with little litter or construction and no homeless people. It's a fantasy. People pay for Netflix. They walk through a city that has been abandoned to junkies and homeless people. They climb into their beds at night and they want to watch this show. They don't want to see homeless people on television. They see enough of them in real life. Can it ever end? Can you imagine watching Emily in Paris? Whoever is doing that, a lot of people, millions of people, and you're watching her get chased down an alley by 3 homeless guys, and you go, I just got chased down an alley by 3 homeless guys. Is there no escapism left? It has been credited with increasing trade and lighting up the phones of estate agents in Paris. It has also attracted legions of tourists, with one study finding that 38% of tourists cited the show among their reasons for visiting the city. Well, I'm happy that it is working out for Paris. But anybody, or Rome, or whatever they're talking about, but anybody who is demanding realism from these shows is going to, you do not want to show any city right now in its current condition. You do not. You do not want to show people getting punched in the face. You don't want to show an elderly woman getting robbed. Is that how Emily in Paris should open up? With an elderly woman getting punched in the face and someone grabbing her baguette and running down the street, and the elderly woman going, "God damn fucking migrants." And then it cuts to Emily just sitting there eating a salad going, "I wonder if he likes me." That's not, folks, stop craving your lives to be mirrored back to you. That's the opposite of what entertainment is. I get it. You want authenticity, and I can understand that to a degree. From a show called Emily in Paris, you want authenticity? You want the real? You want arguments about Gaza during Emily in Paris? You want her to be on a date with a guy and him going, "You know, I just watched an airstrike where people were burned alive in a hospital." No, you don't. You want them to have a cutesy little dessert, a souffle, a pot de creme, and you want them to get lost in each other's eyes because it's a fucking show. Not everything can be about genocide and hell. If you want that, come here. I do it every week. You want to hear about migrants and homeless people, Emily in Paris fans? Ta-da! We're here for you. We are here for your viewing pleasure every week. Otherwise, let these dumb shows be dumb. Escape. Understand the value of escapism a little bit. You don't have to constantly see every social ill. You don't have to witness social decay on every show. It doesn't have to be real. It shouldn't be real. Real is depressing. Real is trouble. It's nice to have something that's completely divorced from the concerns that you have as a citizen of whatever country or somebody who lives in a city. You know, it's so funny to me that people are craving this idea that everything, like people are going, well, why aren't they showing the real Paris or the real Rome? You've ruined it. You've ruined these cities. You've destroyed all of these cities. We don't want to watch your destruction. We don't want to watch the nightmare that you've brought upon yourself. We're trying to watch something else. This is an aspirational show. Emily in Paris is about somebody who goes, "Oh, Chicago's so humdrum. I want to live in Paris and live my real life." It's aspirational. You don't want her getting mugged. You don't want her getting sold into sex slavery. The point is, it is an aspirational show. These are the same people, by the way, that demand that Emily in Paris is real, but don't demand the government is real. They don't demand that. They don't demand that the news be real. They don't demand that the media be real. They demand that Emily in Paris is real. That's where they draw the line. They draw the line at the depiction of the Rome in Emily in Paris. I want to see more homeless people in Emily in Paris. How about what you wanting to see less on the street where you live? That makes sense. Keep that passion for getting rid of homeless people on the actual street and not demanding that there should be more homeless in this show. It's just an accepted part of our society now that we're just going to be wandering through the third world. Is a hellscape everywhere. So instead of trying to get rid of that, think of how fucked the conditioning is. Think of how brilliant the conditioning is. Instead of demanding that we get rid of the problems in the cities, we are now going, why are the television shows not showcasing the problems? Because they are not realistic. We have completely given up on the idea of trying to figure out how to have safe, orderly cities. Instead of that, we're going, why aren't they showing the litter, the crime, and the problems? What a strange psychological turn that we've all taken here. Instead of going like, what happened to Rome? Why did we do this? Instead of doing that, we're going, why aren't we showing people getting attacked? Why aren't we showing garbage? Because that's what it's really like. That's what it's really like. Well, change it. You can now win up to 100 times your money on Prize Picks with as little as 4 correct picks. Prize Picks is the best way to get action on sports in over 30 states, including California, the Kennedy family, Obama, Biden, Ethel, Kennedy. I really am trying to key in here. Trying to key in to see what music. No, it's done. Damn it. We can't kill them all, Joe. We can't kill them all. Yeah, I know we can't. But hold on. What if we just killed her? Yeah, that is interesting. We spoke about that the other night. Would you do it, Joe? I'd love to do it. I'd love to give her a hot shot, a hot dose, get rid of her once and for all. After I get out of here, they're going to poke around in the Ukraine. They go, who knows? What you're going to see over the next few months is very interesting. You know, I don't know that we've been at this point before in the country. I think we have. But again, not with the internet. Not with every single thing being recorded, not with every single thing on camera, not with the ability of people to go out and say things and put them on the internet before they can be censored and scrubbed. When we were in this position before, we had a mainstream media that was owned and operated by the Central Intelligence Agency and, mega corporations. Now we have the internet. So it makes this a very interesting, exciting, terrifying, weird time is that we have this breakdown, the system that's breaking down in front of our eyes. And we now have all of these different platforms to analyze it and to question it, and that we never had before. So we never had the ability to question the narratives before. We've always been fed a narrative, and whether you agreed with it or not, whether it made sense or not, you had to just swallow it and go, okay, it's for the best. It's for the best. So it is really going to be interesting to see what happens, because we have an all-out gang war amongst some of the most powerful people in the country. It's not a hot war right now, it's a cold war. But someone took a shot at Trump. Someone is doing these things. Someone is out there. Someone's leaking Epstein stuff. You know? Is Diddy going to talk? Who's going to talk? You know? Someone is doing these things. There are wheels in motion here. And you are seeing for the first time people that have sat on the throne be called into question. People like Bill Clinton, who's enjoyed immunity for all the crimes he's committed for decades, is now, people are talking about him on the Epstein's plane, on the island, this, that. People are talking about Biden. They've been talking about Trump. The validity of that is anyone's, guess. A lot of it seems to not be valid, but all of this stuff is out there now in a way that it has never been before in all of American history. It has been, you used to have to go to a library and hunt and search and find all of this stuff. And you used to have to put the dots together, and you'd have to connect the dots. You'd have to tell people, I think it was actually like this. And they would go, yeah, really? And now everything is out in the open. Everybody knows what's going on. Everybody knows something is deeply wrong. You can feel it. You can feel it in the body language. You can feel it in the way that they talk to each other. Something is deeply wrong. And which way it goes right now is anybody's guess. Nobody knows the people behind the scenes, what they're doing, what they're willing to do, what these people know and what they don't know, the course of history. We don't know any of it. All we know is that Emily in Paris should have more homeless people because it needs to be more real. You are going to crave Emily in Paris. Whenever this pops off, whatever's going to pop up, who knows, you are going to want Emily in Paris. Trust me. All you are going to hear outside of your window is explosions, and hopefully you have a soundproof window, or hopefully at least, you can shut your window because it hasn't been smashed in, and you're going to sit there and you're going to watch Emily in Paris while outside burns. So make sure that you value Emily in Paris. You don't want it to be too real. You want it to be something nice so you can drift off to sleep while watching Emily in Paris. But these will be, the next several weeks will probably be some of the most eventful in human history. Or they won't. We don't know. But it seems to look like something is deeply, deeply wrong here. And they know it. And the question is, what are they going to do about it? Good luck.
You're listening to The Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
Psychopathy, like schizophrenia, is one of those psychological disorders that have entered into the popular vernacular despite the fact that most people don't know what it means. Taking a cue from episode 88 of the Corbett Report podcast, You Are Being Programmed, it seems that we've been programmed to associate psychopathy with this.
A census taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
Like every good lie, the misconception that all psychopaths are deranged serial killers and likely cannibals has an element of truth to it, insofar as it is easily enough demonstrable that psychopaths are overrepresented in the penal system, and yes, of course, many of the famous serial killers from history have been clinical psychopaths, such as a Ted Bundy, for example. But of course, elementary logic tells us that just because many criminals and serial killers are in fact psychopaths, does not mean that all psychopaths are criminals and serial killers. In fact, what's even more disturbing is the idea that there are many psychopaths that we encounter in our daily lives without ever knowing that these people are in fact psychopathic. This, of course, starts to get into the area of what exactly is a psychopath anyway, and how exactly do you tell if someone is a psychopath? Well, for the past 4 decades, the person that most people have turned to for that answer is Dr. Robert Hare. He is a professor emeritus at the University of British Columbia, and a renowned psychopathologist and psychophysiologist who helped develop the clinical diagnostic test for psychopathy almost 35 years ago. Dr. Hare's very informative website on the subject can be found at hare.org, and on there you'll find a link to some articles that have been written about Dr. Hare's work, including an article called Psychopaths Among Us by Robert Hirsch. And I'd like to quote from that article. Quote, "Like every scientist, Hare likes a good puzzle, and that was reason enough to make a career out of psychopaths. These were particularly interesting human beings," he said. "Everything about them seemed to be paradoxical. They could do things a lot of other people could not do. Lie, steal, rape, murder. But they looked perfectly normal, and when you talked to them, they seemed okay. It was a puzzle. I thought I'd try and unravel it." Hare arrived at UBC in 1963, intending to follow up his doctoral research on punishment. Certain prisoners, it was rumored, didn't respond to punishment, and Hare went to the federal penitentiary in New Westminster, British Columbia, to find these extreme cases. He found plenty. In his chilling 1993 book on psychopathy, Without Conscience, The Disturbing World of the Psychopaths Among Us, he quotes one specimen's memories. "My mother, the most beautiful person in the world. She was strong. She worked hard to take care of 4 kids. A beautiful person. I started stealing her jewelry when I was in the 5th grade. You know, I never really knew the bitch. We went our separate ways." For his first paper, now a classic, Hare had his subjects watch a countdown timer. When it reached 0, they got a harmless but painful electric shock, while an electrode taped to their fingers measured perspiration. Normal people would start sweating as the countdown proceeded, nervously anticipating the shock. Psychopaths didn't sweat. They didn't fear punishment, which presumably also holds true outside the laboratory. In Without Conscience, he quotes a psychopathic rapist explaining why he finds it hard to empathize with his victims. "They are frightened, right? But you see, I don't really understand it. I've been frightened myself, and it wasn't unpleasant." In another Hare study, groups of letters were flashed to volunteers. Some of them were nonsense, some formed real words. The subject's job was to press a button whenever he recognized a real word, while Hare recorded response time and brain activity. Non-psychopaths respond faster and display more brain activity when processing emotionally loaded words, such as rape or cancer, than when they see neutral words, such as tree. With psychopaths, Hare found no difference. To them, rape and tree have the same emotional impact. None. Hare made another intriguing discovery by observing the hand gestures, called beats, people make while speaking. Research has shown that such gestures do more than add visual emphasis to our words. Many people gesture while they're on the telephone, for example. It seems they actually help our brains find words. That's why the frequency of beats increases when someone is having trouble finding words, or is speaking a second language instead of his or her mother tongue. In a 1991 paper, Hare and his colleagues reported that psychopaths, especially when talking about things they should find emotional, such as their families, produce a higher frequency of beats than normal people. It's as if emotional language is a second language, a foreign language in effect, to the psychopath. 3 decades of these studies, by Hare and others, has confirmed that psychopaths' brains work differently from ours, especially when processing emotion and language. Hare once illustrated this for Nicole Kidman, who had invited him to Hollywood to help her prepare for a role as a psychopath in Malice. How, she wondered, could she show the audience there was something fundamentally wrong with her character? I said, "Here's a scene that you can use," Hare says. "You're walking down a street, and there's an accident. A car has hit a child in the crosswalk. A crowd of people gather around. You walk up. The child's lying on the ground, and there's blood running all over the place. You get a little blood on your shoes, and you look down and say, 'Oh shit.' You look over at the child, kind of interested, but you're not repelled or horrified. You're just interested. Then you look at the mother, and you're really fascinated by the mother, who's emoting, crying out, doing all these different things. After a few minutes, you turn away and go back to your house. You go into the bathroom and practice mimicking the facial expressions of the mother. He then pauses and says, "That's the psychopath. Somebody who doesn't understand what's going on emotionally, but understands that something important has happened." End quote. Obviously, this is a fascinating subject, made all the more fascinating by the fact that it's only been seriously scientifically studied for about 60 to 70 years. Before that time, of course, the symptoms of psychopathy had been diagnosed and understood for some time, but psychopathy itself had not been invented as a term. Instead, that disorder had been lumped in with a number of other different disorders under the general heading of moral deficiency. It wasn't until 1941 and the publication of Harvey Cleckley's seminal work, The Mask of Sanity, that there was serious scientific research done into psychopathy itself. But perhaps my listeners are wondering what relevance this particular disease has to the types of subjects generally covered by the Corbett Report, which of course is heavily focused on news and politics. Well, I think a greater understanding of what this disease is and how it functions in our society today can be found from this excerpt from Martha Stout's book, The Sociopath Next Door. Quote, "Imagine, if you can, not having a conscience. None at all. No feelings of guilt or remorse, no matter what you do. No limiting sense of concern for the well-being of strangers, friends, or even family members. Imagine no struggles with shame, not a single one in your whole life, no matter what kind of selfish, lazy, harmful, or immoral action you had taken. And pretend that the concept of responsibility is unknown to you, except as a burden others seem to accept without question, like gullible fools. Now add to this strange fantasy the ability to conceal from other people that your psychological makeup is radically different from theirs. Since everyone simply assumes that conscience is universal among human beings, hiding the fact that you are conscience-free is nearly effortless. You are not held back from any of your desires by guilt or shame, and you are never confronted by others for your cold-bloodedness. The ice water in your veins is so bizarre, so completely outside of their personal experience, that they seldom even guess at your condition. In other words, you are completely free of internal restraints, and your unhampered liberty to do just as you please with no pangs of conscience is conveniently invisible to the world. You can do anything at all, and still your strange advantage over the majority of people who are kept in line by their consciences will most likely remain undiscovered. How will you live your life? What will you do with your huge and secret advantage and with the corresponding handicap of other people? Conscience. The answer will depend largely on what your desires happen to be, because people are not all the same. Even the profoundly unscrupulous are not all the same. Some people, whether they have a conscience or not, favor the ease of inertia, while others are filled with dreams and wild ambitions. Some human beings are brilliant and talented, some are dull-witted, and most, conscience or not, are somewhere in between. There are violent people and non-violent ones, individuals who are motivated by bloodlust, and those who have no such appetites. Provided you are not forcibly stopped, you can do anything at all. If you are born at the right time, with some access to family fortune, and you have a special talent for whipping up other people's hatred and sense of deprivation, you can arrange to kill large numbers of unsuspecting people. With enough money, you can accomplish this from far away, and you can sit back safely and watch in satisfaction. Crazy and frightening, and real, in about 4% of the population. The prevalence rate for anorexic eating disorders is estimated at 3.43%, deemed to be nearly epidemic, and yet this figure is a fraction lower than the rate for antisocial personality. the high-profile disorders classed as schizophrenia occur in only about 1% of the population, a mere quarter of the rate of antisocial personality. And the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention say that the rate of colon cancer in the United States, considered alarmingly high, is about 40 per 100,000, 100 times lower than the rate of antisocial personality. The high incidence of sociopathy in human society has a profound effect on the rest of us who must live on this planet too, even those of us who have not been clinically traumatized. The individuals who constitute this 4% drain our relationships, our bank accounts, our accomplishments, our self-esteem, our very peace on earth. Yet surprisingly, many people know nothing about this disorder, or if they do, they think only in terms of violent psychopathy, murderers, serial killers, mass murderers, people who have conspicuously broken the law many times over, and who, if caught, will be imprisoned, maybe even put to death by our legal system. We are not commonly aware of, nor do we usually identify, the larger number of non-violent sociopaths among us, people who often are not blatant lawbreakers, and against whom our formal legal system provides little defense. Most of us would not imagine any correspondence between conceiving an ethnic genocide and, say, guiltlessly lying to one's boss about a coworker. But the psychological correspondence is not only there, it is chilling. Simple and profound, the link is the absence of the inner mechanism that beats up on us, emotionally speaking, when we make a choice we view as immoral, unethical, neglectful, or selfish. Most of us feel mildly guilty if we eat the last piece of cake in the kitchen, let alone what we would feel if we intentionally and methodically set about to hurt another person. Those who have no conscience at all are a group unto themselves, whether they be homicidal tyrants or merely ruthless social snipers. The presence or absence of conscience is a deep human division, arguably more significant than intelligence, race, or even gender. What differentiates a sociopath who lives off the labors of others from one who occasionally robs convenience stores, or from one who is a contemporary robber baron? Or what makes the difference between an ordinary bully and a sociopathic murderer? Is nothing more than social status, drive, intellect, bloodlust, or simple opportunity. What distinguishes all of these people from the rest of us is an utterly empty hole in the psyche where there should be the most evolved of all humanizing functions. End quote. That is a very powerful articulation of just what is at stake in our ability to understand and recognize psychopathy. If Martha Stout is correct, then 1 in 25 people can inflict incredible pain on others without feeling a pang of conscience. This does indeed create a very deep, very real divide in the human population between those who are capable of sympathy and empathy and those who are truly incapable of understanding the emotions of others, let alone caring about those emotions. What does this mean for human society, especially a society that has been structured in a top-down hierarchical fashion in which a very few elite yield, through their control of the financial, corporate, governmental, and military structures that govern us, almost complete control over vast swaths of the population? For an articulation of that, let's turn to a conversation that was held just last week between Alan Watt and Alex Jones on The Alex Jones Show.
Well, that's another thing. You look at these actual elites, they are degenerate, they are inbred like hybrid dogs that have all sorts of mental problems, health problems. In fact, interbreeding with the Pharaohs, with the British, with the French, it leads towards insanity. And I think that, they're saying we're all mentally ill and they're making all normal human behavior mentally ill, except their psychopathic behavior, they're saying that's good.
That's right, and it's no doubt about it. I mean, Plato said about it all that 2,300 years ago. He said, we can breed in traits or breed out traits, and for leaders who want to breed out certain emotional traits, we have psychopaths who are intergenerational in charge of this world system, who truly believe they are the only sane people on Earth.
Yeah, I've met a lot of them, and they really do revel in their being above you. And because of that attitude, they've lost their basic humanity, and they're so shuttered, but they are specialized in a predatory fashion to just be pure machines of deceit and manipulation, and they love the dumbed-down cattle. They have celebrations laughing at the cattle. And then they say that because they're so easily butchered that the cattle deserve it, when that's humanity.
Yeah, that's right. I always give the analogy of a farmer in the field who breaks the legs of a cow and then kicks the cow and hates it because it can't get up. They have brought people down to utter misery through their machinations down through, especially the 20th century into the present, and all their games have played in poverty, introduction, etc. And then they blame the people for the state that they're in. That's the same sort of sadistic, strange, warped mentality of the farmer breaking the cattle's cows, then kicking it because they can't get up.
Well, that's a perfect analogy. Take the Royal Commission on Population, 44 to 49, funded by His Majesty, and it's public, and it states, we're going to carry out eugenics, but to wreck the third world, we're actually going to make sure they have more kids at first, so that holds their society back, but then we'll kill them and sterilize them later in life. It's kind of like the 223 caliber in Vietnam to wound people to cause more resource sapping instead of just killing them. They say we're going to wound the world to hold everybody down. They're not trying to lift man up.
No.
They're cosmic criminals, Alan.
They are. They are. And they know what's at stake, because if the public truly did know, we'd have to make a decision of what to do with them.
Yeah, well, I've always said if there's too many of us, the elite ought to just all commit suicide. I think the world would be in a lot better position.
Show by example. Lead by example. That's what they should do.
Stay there, Alan. I'm going to take calls when we get back.
Well, that does seem to make a certain amount of sense, but is it really true that the elite that really govern our society are psychopaths? Well, certainly they are inbred, as we've talked about on this podcast many times before, but what about the psychopathy traits? Well, let's take a look at some politicians who, of course, are just the front men and front women and sock puppets for the actual elite themselves, but are obviously hand-picked and groomed for their roles. So, do they exhibit any of the traits of a psychopath? Well, let's examine some of those traits. Let's see. Psychopaths, having no conscience whatsoever, of course, never feel any shame about any of their actions, no matter how egregious.
Angry over ethics and spending. It's aimed largely at the man on the left, David Dingwall, the former head of Canada's Mint, who left his job last month under fire for his more than $700,000 in expenses last year, even expensing a pack of gum. He's now in line for a government severance package.
Home Secretary Jackie Smith and her husband have apologised following another controversy over MPs' expenses. She said she had mistakenly submitted an expenses claim which included the cost of 2 pay-per-view adult films which were watched at her family home. Ms Smith is already under investigation over allowances claimed for her second home.
Throughout the long and difficult period of Watergate, I have felt it was my duty to persevere, to make every possible effort to complete the term of office to which you elected me. In the past few days, however, it has become evident to me that I no longer have a strong enough political base in the Congress to justify continuing that effort.
Okay, no sense of shame whatsoever. Check. Well, what other traits do psychopaths display? Well, having no shame and no conscience, they're obviously natural-born liars. They're able to lie without feeling any sense of shame, without blushing, without even batting an eyelid, and they can lie as convincingly as they can sell any other emotion or any other fact that they want you to believe, whether for their own political agenda or merely for the fun of it.
But I want to say one thing to the American people. I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time, never. These allegations are false, and I need to go back to work for the American people. Thank you.
It concludes that Iraq has chemical and biological weapons, that Saddam has continued to produce them, that he has existing and active military plans for the use of chemical and biological weapons, which could be activated within 45 minutes, including against his own Shia population, and that he is actively trying to acquire nuclear weapons capability.
It's good to be back at the Council on Foreign Relations. As Pete mentioned, I've been a member for a long time and was actually a director for some period of time. I never mentioned that when I was campaigning for re-election back home in Wyoming.
Well, let me just ask you this. If they did not have these weapons of mass destruction, though, granted, all of that is true, why then did they pose an immediate threat to us, to this country?
You and a few other critics are the only people I've heard use the phrase immediate threat. I didn't. The president didn't. And it's become kind of folklore that that's what's happened. The president went...
You're saying that nobody in the administration said that?
I can't speak for nobody and everybody in the administration and say nobody said that.
Vice President didn't say that?
If you have any citations, I'd like to see them.
We have one here. It says, some have argued that this is you speaking, some have argued that the nuclear threat from Iraq is not imminent, that Saddam is at least 5 to 7 years away from having nuclear weapons. I would not be so certain.
And
close to imminent.
Well, I tried to be precise and I've tried to be accurate.
No terrorist state poses a greater or more immediate threat to the security of our people and the stability of the world than the regime of Saddam Hussein in Iraq.
Natural-born liars. Okay, check. Well, then what about the central trait of the psychopath? Someone who is able to inflict harm knowingly and willfully on others without any pang of conscience, guilt, or remorse, whether for their own gain or, once again, merely for the fun of it.
We must stop the terror. I call upon all nations to do everything they can to stop these terrorist killers. Thank you. Now watch this drive. All right.
So in other words, if the president deems that he's got to torture somebody, including by crushing the testicles of the person's child, there is no law that can stop that. No treaty. And also no law by Congress. That's what you wrote in the August 2002 memo.
I think it depends on why the president thinks he needs to do that.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
Mike, welcome to the show. We appreciate you being on tonight.
Thanks for the invitation, Joe.
Okay, let's talk about the rat of the week. Why is Bayer Corporation the rat of the week?
Internal documents show that after this company positively, absolutely knew that they had a medication that was infected with the AIDS virus, they took the product off the market in the U.S. and then they dumped it in France, Europe, Asia, and Latin America. The medicine's called Factor 8. It was an injection medicine that was used for hemophiliacs, mostly children. Children had been born with an incurable disease.
Hold on, Mike. So hold on. So you're telling me that Bayer knew that this drug was infected with the AIDS virus. They yanked it from the market in America, and then they dumped it in markets overseas?
They had to figure out a way, Joe, to make a profit on a product that they could not sell in America. So they made a huge profit. They dropped the product in Japan, Spain, and France.
The Jonas brothers are here. They're out there somewhere. Sasha and Malia are huge fans, but boys don't get any ideas. I have 2 words for you: Predator drones. You will never see it coming. You think I'm joking?
That is the land of unconfirmed.
Yes, we came, we saw, he died.
A disgusting ability to show callous disregard for human life and to inflict unspeakable pain and suffering on others without even a glimpse or a slight tingling of remorse. Well, apparently check. Yes, of course, all of those examples are very disturbing, and I would suggest that you go to the documentation list for today's episode to find links to all of those particular audio clips which I just used to help illustrate these examples, because they are quite illustrative in and of themselves. And I think it is tempting, and perhaps even at times easy, to point out, if not the actual clinical psychopathy of some of these individual politicians, such as, of course, Donald Rumsfeld from episode 89. What does make someone like that tick? Well, it could quite possibly be psychopathy. But as I say, even though that's very tempting to do, I think if we point out the psychopathic traits of any individual politician or politicians, even a group of them, by identifying them, I think we run the risk of mistaking the brush strokes for the painting. That is to say, if we look too closely at a painting, at each individual brush stroke, we might not even realize that what we are looking at is a painting. We have to step back for a moment and look at the painting in its broader context to understand what it is we're looking at. So yes, there does seem to be a number of people in positions of power in our society who exhibit psychopathic tendencies, and who are quite possibly actual psychopaths. What does that tell us about the society? Well, in order to start coming to grips with the bigger picture of the system which is behind all of these individual psychopaths, let's take a look at a very interesting work called Political Ponerology by a little-known psychologist and researcher, Dr. Andrew Lobachevsky. Ponerology is a theological term for the study of evil, but behind the Iron Curtain, during the communist reign over Poland, Dr. Lobachevsky and some of his colleagues began a scientific study of what we consider evil. Why do evil people do what they do, and how do they get into the positions of power where they can do what they do? Political ponerology is the end result of decades of research from first-hand personal experience living under a communist dictatorship. Obviously, Dr. Lobachevsky and his colleagues knew what they were talking about and engaged in many years of study. This looks like a very fascinating book, and I won't actually recommend the book because I have not read it in its entirety yet, but the passages that I have read have been extremely enlightening and extremely interesting. So I would recommend you go to ponerology.com to check out Political Ponerology. But right now I'd like to turn to a specific passage from Political Ponerology, which is located in an article on Cassiopeia.org, which quotes judiciously from this work. In this passage, Dr. Lobachevsky is talking about how a society can develop in which psychopaths are the natural rulers. In fact, this is almost a natural process in society. Quote, "In any society in this world, psychopathic individuals and some of the other deviants create a ponerogenically active network of common collusions, partially estranged from the community of normal people. Some inspirational role of the essential psychopathy in this network also appears to be a common phenomenon. They are aware of being different as they obtain their life experience and become familiar with different ways of fighting for their goals. Their world is forever divided into us and them. Their world with its own laws and customs, and that other foreign world full of presumptuous ideas and customs, in light of which they are condemned morally. Their sense of honor bids them cheat and revile that other human world and its values. In contradiction to the customs of normal people, They feel non-fulfillment of their promises or obligations is customary behavior. They also learn how their personalities can have traumatizing effects on the personalities of those normal people, and how to take advantage of the root of terror for purposes of reaching their goals. This dichotomy of worlds is permanent and does not disappear even if they succeed in realizing their dreams of gaining power over the society of normal people. This proves that the separation is biologically conditioned. In such people, a dream emerges like some youthful utopia of a happy world and a social system which would not reject them or force them to submit to laws and customs whose meaning is incomprehensible to them. They dream of a world in which their simple and radical way of experiencing and perceiving reality, i.e. lying, cheating, destroying, using others, etc., would dominate, where they would, of course, be assured safety and prosperity. Those others, different, but also more technically skillful, should be put to work to achieve this goal. We, after all, will create a new government, one of justice for psychopaths. They are prepared to fight and suffer for the sake of such a brave new world, and also, of course, to inflict suffering upon others. Such a vision justifies killing people whose suffering does not move them to compassion, because they are not quite conspecific. End quote. In this passage, Dr. Lobachevsky is pointing out that not only do psychopaths naturally rise to positions of power in society, just given the fact that they naturally crave positions of power over normal people, but also, of course, because they are natural-born liars and killers and deceivers who will do anything to get into those positions of power, but also that they'll start to shape the society itself into a reflection of their own personality. Society becomes psychopathic in their image once they gain those levers of control. This is a fundamental point to understand, and one that has numerous ramifications. Of course, one of the ways in which society itself can be steered into a psychopathic system, whereby, of course, the psychopaths will be the ones to succeed, is through control of our corporate economic existence. Living in a corporate state, the fundamental psychopathy of the corporations themselves, almost like individuals, is of fundamental importance. And just as psychopaths tend to rise in human society, so psychopathic corporations tend to rise in the corporate structure of the economic world. This is a very important point, and one that I will leave Dr. Robert Hare to articulate. Of course, you'll remember from earlier in this episode that Dr. Hare is the pioneering psychologist behind the study of psychopathy, who came up with the diagnostic test that is still used to diagnose psychopaths. He appeared in the 2003 Canadian documentary, The Corporation, and in that documentary, he diagnosed the corporations themselves as psychopathic, using the actual criteria that he would use to diagnose any patient as a psychopath.
The psychopath's relations with others are superficial, surface, very, very little depth, mostly style over substance. And the idea is to impress other individuals, to somehow put them in a position where you can manipulate them and so forth. And a corporation, I imagine, would be not unlike that in many respects. They would have public relations firms. They would be spending half their time and a lot of their budget on trying to present a particular image to other people. And this image is a very superficial, and you never really get to know the real corporation. You're going to see what they want you to see. A psychopath is also a grandiose individual, has a very powerful sense of self, believes that he or she is the center of the universe, better, smarter than everybody else. Corporations, I suppose, almost by their very nature, would have to adopt this particular attitude. If they took the stance that they were, in fact, inferior to every other company, they're probably not going to get very far. So I imagine that they would spend an awful lot of time explaining to others and to themselves that we're number one, we're the best. The psychopath is also very manipulative, tends to manipulate, con, and deceive other people to try and mold them into something that they can use. Remember, the psychopath is really a predator, and as a predator, you're trying to groom and put your prey in the right position for where you can make some use of this particular object, is the way they would see them. Would a corporation be the same? To a very large extent, I would imagine so, because what you're trying to do is manipulate everything, including public opinion, for one thing. And imagine in a sales meeting where you're trying to get everybody pumped up, you've got to have to, you've got to manipulate them, get them into a position where they actually believe in something that they may not have believed in before. Psychopath lacks empathy. And this simply means that it's very difficult or impossible for a psychopath to put himself inside the emotional skin of somebody else. They may understand at some sort of superficial level that this person is going through what could be construed as an emotion by other people, but I don't understand what it is. This is a psychopath's position. Would a company or a corporation actually lack empathy? Well, maybe by definition they would have to. If you're concerned about the fate of your competitors and also the general public, you may not have profits that are so respectable. And so I suppose this corporation could lack empathy in the sense that the psychopath does. Lacks remorse is another characteristic that defines psychopathy. That is, having done something, you don't feel badly about it. Corporation, I imagine, would be much the same, unless one is caught. Now, a psychopath who is caught for committing a crime, the first thing he'll say is, yeah, I'm really sorry I did it, I feel remorse, but only when caught. And I imagine that most corporations would be much the same. If some sort of regulatory body finds out what you're doing, and if it's considered to be illegal, I would imagine that they would say, well, yes, we're really sorry, but otherwise they're not likely to do that. Psychopath doesn't accept responsibility for his or her own behavior. Usually diffusion of responsibility is the name of the game for the psychopath. Somebody else maybe do it. It wasn't my fault, it was fate, and I'm not really responsible. Corporations would do this almost routinely, I would imagine. In fact, they would have public relations personnel whose only job is to make sure that this image is portrayed to the general public. That is, yes, somebody else, it was fate, it was a political decision, or it was not, the market suddenly crashed and there was a war in some other place and this accounted for everything. Psychopaths tend to be impulsive, but in a fairly controlled sense. That is, most psychopaths are not going to do things if there's an external control present. The psychopath standing on the street corner is not going to commit a crime with the policeman standing right next to him. On the other hand, if the policeman is not there, if the external control is not there, then it's possible that he or she will do whatever he feels like doing if he has a chance of getting away with it. Are corporations impulsive? It's difficult to actually evaluate this, but I would imagine so in some cases, particularly if the corporation is not well structured, if the rules and the of behavior and the hierarchical structure is not firmly in place, then it would be very possible for a corporation to act impulsively. Of course, if you do this, then you run the risk of actually experiencing fairly serious losses. Psychopaths don't have long-term goals. Most of the things that they're striving for are short-term, and could refer to as a short-term form of hedonism. And corporations, I imagine, are much the same way. In fact, one could argue that sacrificing short-term profits for the long-term potential of making profits would not be in the company's best interest. So almost by their very nature, they would have to lack long-term goals. Now, some corporations, of course, would have a long-term strategy, but at the same time, they'd have these short-term goals that are firmly in place. They've got to go to the next stockholders meeting, for example, and show that there's a profit. Poor behavioral controls is another characteristic that defines a psychopath. These are individuals who are likely to lose their temper very easily, to strike out and do things that are fairly irrational in the short term, but they do it in a very controlled manner. And they know what they're doing. There could be a reaction to frustration and so forth. Corporations, this is very difficult for me to evaluate this, to translate directly into the corporate field. I suppose it could be possible, but I'd have to think about that for some, another 4 or 5 years, I think. Psychopaths tend to be irresponsible, and that means that their behavior doesn't take into account what's likely to happen to somebody else. They will put others at risk. Their own behavior puts other people at risk all the time. This could be in driving, it could be in their personal relations, or anything they do in their general life. And corporations, I imagine, could be irresponsible in exactly the same way. That is, in an attempt to satisfy the corporate goal, everybody else is put at risk. This could be other companies. As a matter of fact, I suppose one could argue that this is good in the business sense. I mean, if your competitors fall by the wayside because you are acting irresponsibly with respect to them, that's good, as long as you get some sort of goal out of that, some sort of benefit. Psychopaths also tend to engage in behavior that is antisocial or at least asocial from a very early age, and this continues on throughout most of the lifespan. And by this I mean their behavior is not necessarily criminal in the strict sense of the term, but in fact it's harmful to other people, other individuals. May not take into account the fact that your behavior is going to have negative consequences for somebody else. Corporations could be much the same, and this ties in with irresponsibility to a certain extent, that what they're doing with respect to the general public and to other companies would clearly be looked at, viewed as, or construed as asocial or antisocial. We just don't really care.
Certainly it's not a stretch to understand how corporations themselves can act as psychopaths in society by lying, cheating, stealing, deceiving, and yes, even murdering in order to achieve their goal of profit. But also equally obvious is that corporations and the corporate structure of the economy is not the only guiding force in society or reflection of our society as a culture. This topic, of course, of the bending of society into a psychopathic system is just simply too large to comprehend in one sitting or for me to possibly articulate in one podcast episode. But there's an important distinction to be made here, and that is that although many sources, and including many psychologists, tend to conflate psychopathy and psychopaths with sociopathy and sociopaths, there are some doctors that make a distinction between those terms. The distinction being that psychopaths are inherently psychopathic. It is part of their inbuilt tendencies, whether that's a genetic predisposition or something to do with brain chemistry or hormones or however that arises, it's somehow a part of their inborn character. Sociopaths, on the other hand, are those who become or display psychopathic tendencies, but these are a result or arise because of the environmental factors that they're placed into. People living in the same household as a psychopath, for example, especially impressionable and developing young children, will often develop psychological abnormalities, including sociopathic tendencies and traits. So when we as a society are placed into a psychopathic structure and system, such as Dr. Robert Hare outlined in the psychopathic corporate state, eventually the people living in that system will start to take on those psychopathic traits and tendencies and become sociopathic. One example of that, which I'll leave you with today, is a particularly disturbing article from the Mail Online from 13th of June 2009. This appears under the headline, "Why the hell should I feel sorry?" says girl soldier who abused Iraqi prisoners at Abu Ghraib prison. Quote, "In this deeply disturbing interview, the trailer trash torturer who appalled the world by appearing in shocking souvenir photographs remains utterly unrepentant and says she has 800 more torture photos that could rock the White House. When we speak, 3 things strike me. Lindy England's breathtaking lack of contrition, her unsuitability to have been a serving soldier, and her utter indifference towards the horrifically abused prisoners at Abu Ghraib, 90% of whom were later released without charge. Since no established biographer would touch her life story, it was even dropped by the literary agent who handled O.J. Simpson's widely reviled book, If I Did It. Her biography has been penned by a Greenhorn local author, Gary Winkler. For a man whose 2 previous works were lilting chronicles of Appalachian life, it has proved a chastening experience. Not only has he fallen out bitterly with his subject and her agent-cum-lawyer and confidant, Roy T. Hardy, but he has patently struggled to get the characteristically withdrawn England to open up. I just don't think she's a very deep person, Winkler, a white-bearded former musician in his late 50s, concludes miserably. Lindy only has 2 moods, bored and pissed off. During our first meeting, when she yawns through my questions, I see what he means. 2 days later, however, perhaps enlivened by the antidepressant tablets upon which she relies, England is more animated and opens up to describe the background to the photographs in more detail than ever before. They were taken on 3 separate nights in late October and early November 2003. At the time, her job was to process the detainees' admissions and release forms. As a clerical support worker, she had no business in the so-called hard site at Abu Ghraib, a block of some 40 cells where the supposedly most dangerous inmates were held. But she routinely sneaked in late at night to sleep with Grainer, a hulking 6'3" ex-Marine in charge of the night patrol. I ask her about one of the most chilling pictures, in which 7 naked detainees brought to the block after allegedly taking part in a riot somewhere in the prison were forced to form a human pyramid. After instructing the men to pile up on top of one another, Corporal Charles Grainer proudly draped his arm around England, and the smiling couple posed beside the grotesque tangle of human flesh. Looking at the image now, it appears that the detainees could not have remained in this painful position for very long. Yet England says, quite matter-of-factly, that they were forced to stay fixed in position for 20 minutes or something. When I suggest that this must have been excruciatingly painful, she shrugs and replies, probably. So why hadn't she asked Grainer to call a halt? A grin and another shrug. I'm pretty sure he'd have said no. There were only 3 of us and 7 of them, and he wanted to contain them by keeping them connected and concentrating on not falling, so they wouldn't overpower us. That's how he explained it. But surely she must have felt some pity for them. As often, she takes an eternity to reply, then says, "In my eyes, they were the enemy. The other side. What happens in war happens. They would have done 20 times worse to us." End quote. I'll let my listeners read through that entire article for themselves. As disturbing as it is, it does provide an insight into someone who may very well, quite possibly, be a psychopath, or at the very least, has become sociopathic. Of course, to go along in this fashion and to take a look at how a psychopathic control structure is turning society into a bunch of uncaring sociopaths towards their fellow humans, in no way, in no shape, in no form, excuses the horrific actions of those who eventually are corrupted, twisted, and sickened by this system. Of course, everyone is responsible for their actions. But the very scary part of it is that society itself runs the risk of becoming the vessel through which everyone is remade in the eyes of the psychopaths. If success is always defined on the psychopath's terms, then everyone will want to emulate the psychopaths in order to get ahead. I think this is the type of thing that we all understand at some level, and unfortunately I guess 1 in 25 of my listeners might understand this at an entirely different level. But here, as always, I exhort and plead with my listeners to begin the research for themselves. This, of course, is, as I say, a mind-bogglingly vast topic that covers and connects so many of the points that we've talked about in this podcast before that it is really inconceivable to think about doing it justice in a single podcast episode. But I think this is a type of Rosetta Stone information that brings so many of those points into clear focus, the same way that stepping back from those individual brushstrokes will reveal the painting that we're looking at. This is key information because there is nothing speculative or theoretical about it. There is a psychological condition which separates 4% of humanity from the rest of humanity, and which makes them natural-born killers, natural-born liars, and natural-born leaders. The other 96%, blissfully unaware that anyone could possibly harbor such horrific and cold and calculating thoughts as the psychopath does, can't even imagine that such a system could actually exist, and therefore is easily led along to the slaughter by the big lie. But today I will leave you with this thought. If the psychopaths are the wolves, and those who are unaware of the psychopaths are the sheep, and those who are aware of the psychopaths but are not themselves psychopathic are the sheep dogs, trying to herd the sheep and keep the wolves at bay, which one are you?
I think our society is run by insane people for insane objectives. You know, and I think that's what I sussed when I was 16 and 12 way down the line, but I expressed it differently all through my life. It's the same thing I'm expressing all the time, but now I can put it into that sentence that I think we're being run by maniacs for maniacal ends, you know. If anybody can put on paper what our government and the American government, etc., and the Russian, Chinese, what they are actually trying to do, you know, and what they think they're doing, I'd be very pleased to know what they think they're doing. I think they're all insane.
You scared me. Isn't that silly?
Penelope, are you through there? Swallow oxygen, it makes you float out. Is it dropsy? Way along the swell. It's depressing me to see you struggle. the trees with firestone. It's up to the trees with firestone. It's up to the trees with the firestone.
No, we were just recording this thing. But you came in at a good time, I think.
You're listening to The Corbett Report.
Welcome, friends. James Corbett here, CorbettReport.com, in a conversation that is being recorded on the 17th of December 2018. And today we're talking to Dr. Mark Skidmore of Michigan State University. He is the director of the North Central Regional Center for Rural Development, the Morris Chair in State and Local Government Finance and Policy, Department of Agriculture, Food and Resource Economics, and a professor in the Department of Economics at MSU. Dr. Skidmore, thank you for joining us on the program today.
Thanks, James. I'm really glad to have an opportunity to talk with you.
Excellent. Well, we're talking today about a subject that will be familiar to any of my long-term viewers and listeners, because I've talked about it several times, but it's something that we keep coming back to because it is an incredibly, unbelievably important subject that bafflingly receives zero attention in the mainstream press, or perhaps not so bafflingly when you look at the implications of what this could mean. I'm talking about the question of the quote-unquote missing trillions, the trillions of dollars of unaccounted entries in the books of the Pentagon that we know about through a series of reports from the Office of Inspector General. And this, as I say, this is a story that we've talked about over and over because it keeps getting more and more incredible and amazing. Perhaps the most familiar example of the revelation of this knowledge for my audience will be the September 10th, 2001 press conference in which Defense Secretary at that time, Donald Rumsfeld, announced the new war on bureaucracy, in which they were going to be fighting the accounting systems that, for some reason, couldn't track $2.1 trillion in transactions on the Pentagon's books. But, of course, as my listeners will know, that number ballooned into 8.5 trillion at some point, and now we're facing the number $21 trillion. It just keeps getting more and more incredible, insane. And again, the complete lack of interest of the mainstream media would be baffling if we were to expect that this was an issue that they wanted to cover. At any rate, this is an issue which you have taken up, and I did mention this recently on the program when we were talking about the Pentagon's failed audit. For the first time in the 22 years that the Pentagon has been legally required to audit its books, it actually attempted to do so this year and failed, unsurprisingly. But when we were covering that story, we did direct people specifically to missingmoney.solari.com, where you and Catherine Austin Fitts have been producing reports and updates on this missing trillions and what all of this means. So, Dr. Skidmore, it's great to have you on the program to talk about this and get into some of the details of this baffling, complex, crazy, almost unimaginable subject. And the first thing that I want to ask you today is, how did you, as a professor at MSU, how did you get involved in this? How did this pique your interest? How did it come on your radar?
Yeah, I had been listening to an interview with Catherine Austin Fitts, and she's the person I'm collaborating with on this project. And she had mentioned a report that was put out in 2016 for the Army's budget in 2015. And she sort of mentioned, well, you know, the Army had $6.5 trillion in transactions that couldn't be accounted for. And the Army's budget is $122 billion in 2015. So it was like 54 times. And I have a background in economics, public budgeting, public finance, and I thought, that's impossible. You can't come up with that many transactions that are unsupported or transactions that can't be accounted for on a $122 billion budget. So, I've listened to Catherine on a number of interviews, and I thought, I really respected her, and I thought, but this cannot be right. And so I found the report myself. It bothered me, and I found it on the OIG website. I started reading it, and I was just astounded. And and there's a few details in there. It's pretty vague, so it's hard to pull out exactly what's going on. And that motivated me to contact Catherine. I said, well, let's just throw a couple of graduate students. We'll sift through thousands of existing reports dating back to pre-Rumsfeld era and just see what we can find. And we decided to focus on HUD housing and urban development, which we found about $1 trillion of unsupported adjustments. And HUD's budget is much smaller than the DOD. And then we found, an additional 20 trillion for the DOD. And sometimes it would show up in an Army report or Navy or Air Force or overall. And they're incomplete. We only found a smattering of reports. The OIG doesn't do this every year. But it was just a huge number of a dollar figure, an astounding amount of money that could just somehow be unaccounted for in some way. So then the question is well, what does it really mean? And I've been trying to ask questions to get to that point. So I'll stop there, and then we can move forward after your response.
All right, so you have arrived at this number, $21 trillion, which is the sort of the headline number at missingmoney.solari.com. And so this is gathered from a number of different reports that have been issued by the OIG over the years, and these are numbers that are gathered from these different reports and then added together. Is there the possibility that these numbers are cumulative, or that some numbers that are reported later include some of the numbers that were reported earlier, or these are completely separate for specific fiscal years?
Well, for example, the most recent report came out for the Army, 2015, 6.5 trillion. And there'll be references in the report, well, we had to make these adjustments to account for some prior years. But there were several years for which there were no reports, and you go back a few years and there was another report for so many hundreds of billions or $1 trillion here, $1 trillion there, and so it's not clear, right? It doesn't make sense to me that you would issue a report for let's say 2007, and then somehow in 2015 there would be a reaccumulation. I don't think that's what's going on, although it's unclear.
As so many other things in this story are unclear. All right, so let's talk about your attempts to try to clarify this. This seems like if the Office of Inspector General is issuing these reports, then there is some public interface with this data in some way, at least through the OIG. So they would be receptive to sharing this data in some form with researchers like yourself?
Well, initially, I had been interacting with somebody at the Office of the Inspector General. At one point, I had a phone call with 2 or 3 people, and I just was trying to get a handle on some specific questions in the report. But the people that I talked with couldn't provide answers to those. And at some point, I was referred to a communications person at the OIG who, of course, didn't know anything, specific with regard to these reports. And then at one point, all of the URLs were disabled for the OIG. And then at some point, I had done an interview on Michigan radio regarding this question. Actually, I've now done a couple of interviews, which I think are really useful. But they just stopped responding. At one point, they responded to the producer of Michigan radio and said, yeah, we'd be happy to provide more information. And I'll give you 3 examples, because you could read these reports and you could ask a number of different questions for different years. So I just picked the latest one, the largest one, 6.5 trillion, and I said, here are some examples that I don't see how you could possibly get to. And one of them was what looked to be like an $800 billion transfer from Treasury. And I'm thinking, well, $122 billion, I know how Treasury relates to the different agencies within government, whether it's a state government or national government. In a given year, the Treasury would transfer funds over to the Army in the amount that was authorized by the governing body, which would be $122 billion. Why would you need to have a transaction of $800 billion to make an adjustment, right? And they wouldn't provide any kind of specific answer to that question. Dave Lindorf, the author of this recent report by The Nation, actually went to Treasury and said, what's going on? And Treasury just didn't respond. So that's one example, right? So we don't have an answer. Another one was there's a $900 billion adjustment for accounts payable. And so one of my questions is well, how could you get accounts payable of 900 billion in transactions that we don't know about? What were those for? And again, no response. And you know, some people have said, well, it can be internal, right? You know, from one part of the army to another, and so these adjustments. But why would they be unsupported? And I'll give you another example regarding that in just a moment that Norquist provided. And here's the one that I sort of narrowed down. At one point, I said, forget about my other questions. Here's a question that I think you could respond to easily in a day's time. In the report, there were 170 adjustments that tally to $2.1 trillion. So that's a huge number, right? A trillion is 1,000 billion. 2.1 trillion is bigger than the GDP of India, and it's embodied in just 170 transactions. What in the world could that be for? Will you please just provide an addendum on your website or send me a spreadsheet so that we can all see what those adjustments were for? And they just stopped responding to any inquiry. And so I've been trying to pull on that string, because I recognize that, you know, if you go back all these years for different parts of the DoD or HUD, that no one person is going to provide an answer to that would satisfy what happened to 21 trillion in transactions, right, that are unsupported. But you could answer that question, and I haven't gotten an answer. So that's sort of that's the kind of interaction I've had with the Office of the Inspector General. I've talked with the Office of Management and Budget, I've talked with the GAO, and but nobody seems to have any clarity on this. I've tried to reach out to lawmakers, and I get very little interest or response. So, you know, that's the kind of thing that has happened along the way that I can't make sense of. And then there was a hearing, a C-SPAN hearing with David Norquist, who's the comptroller of the DoD. And so this was on, I think, something called MetaBunk, and Norquist was explaining, well, you know, with the 6.5 trillion, there was a lawmaker asking, how could that possibly be? This is just crazy. And Norquist says, well, you know, you have the general fund ledger, and then you have the property book ledger, and these systems don't talk to each other. And so when you have something happen on the property book, you've got to somehow reflect that in the general fund book. And so let's say you have a base closure. And he says, well, that could be in the hundreds of billions that you'd write down on your property book, and you have to reflect it over here, and that's the reason that we have 6.5. It could be hundreds of billions. And so I thought, well, I read the report, so I looked at the report, and indeed there are about $160 billion in transfers related to property, transactions related to property. So that's a huge number just for a change in the property book. So it doesn't say what those were for, but even more importantly, that's only, you know, 2 or 3% of $6.5 trillion. There's a whole set of transactions that are unsupported that Norquist just completely ignores, and nobody asks any more questions, and that's it, and that's the explanation, right? Clearly inadequate. And, you know, is he being deceptive? Did he lie? You know, if he were in the court of law, would he have lied? Well, he didn't say something that was untrue. It was just totally incomplete, and nobody asked any questions.
He just explained maybe 2% of the problem, maybe.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I'll throw the link into to that video that you mentioned so that people can watch it for themselves and make of it what they will, but keeping in mind that they are talking about $6.5 trillion specifically in that specific instance of unsupported transactions, and he gives an explanation which, as you say, if you drill down in the numbers, might support to 160 billion or something like that in that range.
Yeah,
so.
It's 164 billion. So, you know, all kinds of things like this have happened along the way, and it's like, if this is just accounting gimmicks, you know, if you read the reports, I'm just going to read some of the explanations, you know, that are embodied in this report. failure to correct system deficiencies, incorrect data entry, omission of restated balances, erased records, budget execution adjustments, poor existing systems, complexity of operations and contracts, transactions counted multiple times that are unsupported. I want to talk about that one. Changes in the property book, which I just explained. So these are the kinds of very vague general explanations. And, at this point, when I heard, I didn't know about the Rumsfeld thing right before 9/11. It kind of disappeared very quickly, right? But that's the last time it really got a lot of play in the media. Back in 2016, I think Reuters had a piece about the 6.5 trillion, and it just sort of showed up and disappeared. Nobody made a big deal of it. And I'm thinking, this is so huge. Why doesn't anybody want to look at this? So I just said, well, I'm willing to ask some questions. I have a background in public finance. If you look at at the state level, the budgets of New York, California, and Texas, that's about $500-600 billion, right? And they have very complex systems. They have intergovernmental transfers to schools and municipalities. They have vast geographies, own land and capital, and they have to make all of this work. And every year they come up. It's not to say that things don't happen at the state level or local. We know shenanigans happen all over, but these states produce auditable reports, and they don't have adjustments of this magnitude. Typically, these unsupported adjustments or transactions that can't be accounted for are just a small fraction of authorized spending. How can it be many multiples? I don't understand.
All right, well, I'm trying to wrap my head around this from my layman's perspective, where I have no training whatsoever in public finances or how this works. So my initial thought would be that, for example, if there are these entries, $800 billion from the Treasury, received, then if we are to take that, this is possibly actual funds that were received from the Treasury. If that were true, wouldn't that be reflected somewhere in the Treasury's books? Wouldn't we see this from another angle somewhere? Wouldn't that give credence to the idea, well, this is just made up nonsense that they're plugging into the books? Wouldn't there be some other way at seeing if this is real money?
James, none of this makes any sense. So, Dave Lindorf's conclusion was, in the Nation article, is that these unsupported transactions that we can't account for, are done purposefully by the DoD in order to obfuscate, and so it's so vague and unclear, nobody asks any questions, and they're able to negotiate for increased spending amounts every year. That's his conclusion, and I don't agree with that conclusion. I don't know how you could possibly conclude that. If Treasury doesn't respond to a question about, well, was this an actual transfer, then Treasury, how do you know that that wasn't a real transaction that occurred, that money actually flowed in some way? I don't know. Similarly, if the OIG doesn't provide any information about these 170 adjustments, why would the Army make those numbers up, right? Or how could it be that these, they're just erroneous transactions, that there's system problems in those huge amounts, just 170 transactions worth $2.1 trillion. So the DoD's explanations of, well, we have inadequate systems and we're basically incompetent, we can't fix it over 2 decades, does not make sense to me. But it doesn't make sense to me that, well, they do this on purpose to obfuscate so that they can somehow negotiate for more funding. To me, that would work in the opposite direction. If I were a lawmaker, I would say, get your books fixed and then we'll talk about what you need. But that never seems to happen. And so then the other alternative is the one that Catherine, based on her experience in HUD, has emphasized, is like, this could really be trillions of dollars flowing in and out for who knows what purpose. And so in the case of money flowing in, we have this example of $800 billion that appears to be a transfer from Treasury. So then you have to come back and say, well, what's happening within Treasury? And say, well, if you assume that the Treasury is operating in full transparency, then that's impossible. It can't work, right?
Yeah, well, that goes down to the heart of how, again. I know nothing about this. How if the Department of the Army or whatever is supposed to get 122 billion, how does that transaction take place? The Treasury cuts a check for 122 billion and the Army goes and cashes it? I mean, how does that actually happen?
I'm not sure exactly how that would happen, but usually there is a regular transfer of funds from Treasury to whatever, if it's a state government's Treasury to various agencies or the national government. And so it would be over the course of a year a transfer of 122 billion of authorized spending, and there wouldn't be any more transactions. So I don't understand, even if it's erroneous problems within the Army, why you would have a transaction of 800 billion that somehow is connected to Treasury. And so then you have to come back, and that's where, I don't think anybody wants to look. So what if Treasury has two sets of books, right? And I don't know that. I can't know that, right? But we do know, and this is one thing that I really think is important for us all to understand. As the DoD was going through its audit this year, the Federal Accounting Standards Advisory Board made this announcement that, we have this problem. If we actually report on expenditures, there might be some issues of national security which would emerge. And so one option, and this has been the option that has been taken in the past, is that you would redact certain expenditure items and it would just be blacked out, right? But they said, well, we're not going to recommend that. What we're going to recommend is this, and this is astounding. This is a huge change. It's so important. They said, we're going to allow a certain group of people within government, a small group of people, whoever they are, to determine what a national security issue is. And those same people will then be allowed to restate budgets and actually move funds from activity A over to activity B. It affects a bottom line. And so now, so that was a recommendation, and every single department within government, except for the OIG, did not like this solution. But everybody said, even HUD said, yeah, this is a great idea. That way we can just, present to the public a budget that looks good. But it's fake, and we have no idea how much money was moved around, right? And they will never tell us.
Well, repeat that. That was a recommendation that was made that was adopted and is now the law of the land?
It was adopted on October 4th, just in time for the summary results of the DoD audit. So they failed the audit, but they were able to use this ruling in their reporting, right? So a reporter was asking me, well, what do you think of the audit results, etc.? And I just said, well, with this new rule where you have a fake book, financial statements that is presented to the public, and then the real one, which remains hidden only for a few people to see, why would I waste my time looking at this? I have no idea if this is legitimate or not, or reflects any kind of real spending. I don't know.
And that applies to every department of the federal government?
Yeah.
That's, that right there is kind of the story of the millennium. But apparently zero interest from anyone. That's astounding. They are now openly admitting that there are now, fake books. You can't rely on any of this information.
Yeah. But we'll continue to pretend that it's legitimate.
Exactly, yeah.
So I think we have to do everything we can to try to reverse this, but I don't see anybody standing up and saying, you know what, this is wrong, right?
It's insanity. This is utter insanity on every level. That the public that this isn't the number one story for the American public at this point. It's unfathomable.
So coming back to Treasury, right? So maybe they had two sets of books all along. I don't know. Right? So we've just formalized with this new ruling and the acceptance of this two sets of books story. It was so non-transparent before, but at least the law was in the favor of citizens and taxpayers. And now we don't have any recourse. We can just point to this. Well, this ruling says we can restate things if it's a national security issue. And then, well, what defines a national security issue?
And who gets to define it? Yeah. And
it's not clear to me who gets to define it. So this is a huge issue. And I'm at a loss. I'm like, well, how do we support
our conversation keeps coming back to that phrase of yours. Well, we don't know for sure, or I can't say for sure. What can you say for sure? What do we know about this problem?
That's a good question, James. I've thought a lot about this, and there's something authentic happening at the OIG when they produce these reports. They're saying, you know what, we're taking a smattering of what's happening at Defense or HUD, and we're finding some huge adjustments that transactions that can't be supported. And by the way, this is kind of interesting, is the OIG just provides a sort of summary overall statement. In these reports, there are also trillions of dollars that were supported. And so Dave Lindorf was asking the OIG, well, what does that mean when there are trillions of supported adjustments? And the OIG just said, well, we don't actually go in and look in detail. What we do is say, well, were those transactions approved by the authorized personnel? So in addition to all of these transactions that were not approved by authorized personnel, we have additional trillions of quote-unquote supported adjustments, but the OIG hasn't actually gone in and looked in detail. They've just said, well, somebody at a high level said this was okay, right? So I've tried to be consistent in my assessment because I'm not an insider. I happen to know something about public budgeting. I seem to be naive enough to ask these kinds of questions and say, I don't know. I want to know, how can you get $2.1 trillion from just 170 transactions on a $122 million budget? It makes no sense to me, right? And so, does it make sense that these systems are so archaic? Well, no. And by the way, the systems were designed primarily by Lockheed, right? So we have this conflict of interest, and about 2 years ago, that portion of Lockheed's business, these financial systems that they create and manage, was spun off to another entity. So, that doesn't make sense.
Tell us a little bit about that story. So the financial systems that the Pentagon are using were supplied by Lockheed Martin?
Yeah, for many years. And not just that, they provided the systems for HUD as well. Catherine Austin Fitts tells a story when she was Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, how she wanted to get more transaction level information about the assets that were, in the portfolio that she managed, and she was unable to get them. They said, well, you don't have access to that. And so how can one make, decisions if you don't have access? So that's a complex issue. And so that was spun off a couple of years ago to a separate company.
Which raises the question about the old canard that has been floated around since this issue first arose, that, it's the legacy systems, they don't talk to each other. Literally now for 2 decades they've been using this excuse. And I don't know, I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but I've seen large numbers being thrown around in defense appropriation budgets for years and years. We need another however many tens of millions in order to update the systems and get them talking to each other. We need another 100 million for this audit. How much did the audit cost? Was it 900 million? Am I getting that?
I don't remember off the top of my head. I'd have to look. But it was many, many tens or hundreds of millions. So a lot of money.
For a failed audit, which the Pentagon thinks it should get credit for at least going through that process?
For having tried to do it, they felt like that was a real accomplishment. The system's not talking to each other. I mean, think about state government, for example. They will make some sort of property-related investment to a municipality through a grant to buy, say, a fire truck. And so the city will then purchase a fire truck with that funding, and then the local auditor will verify that that transaction was made in the right amount, and they'll have a summary report. They'll submit that usually in paper, maybe electronically, to the state government, and the state government auditor will say, yes, indeed, city X spent the money in the way it was supposed to. The systems don't talk to each other. They just are able to, verify it through appropriate methods. And so I know that the Army, for example, has many bases all over the world, and each base has to be managed. So it is complex, but I think it's possible to do this without many trillions of dollars in adjustments.
I know, again, we can't say for certain, but it seems fairly likely at this point. I think we can say with great certainty that the Pentagon is obviously not interested in solving this problem for whatever reason. I mean,
and I would go further. I would say that lawmakers are not interested in solving this problem. Treasury is not interested in solving this problem. Dave Lindorf's article came out, and I don't necessarily agree with his conclusions, but it legitimized the fact that $21 trillion is indeed missing. There are transactions that can't be accounted for. I wonder, has anybody started an investigation? Are we going to have any hearings under oath to find out what's going on with some of the, really going in and looking at specific transactions? And if there's some layer of inappropriate activity, then somebody should be held accountable. Somebody should probably go to prison, right? We're talking about gross, ethical violations, right? And
yeah. Well, again, this couldn't possibly come down to one person. I mean, this has to involve multiple people at multiple levels. Again, it's insanity. It's utterly I cannot process how this could be going on and not be one of the most pressing national security concerns in and of itself. Clearly, if we're talking of tens of millions of dollars, tens of trillions of dollars that can't be accounted for, we don't know what it means, and no one is talking about it. There is no congressman or senator that's taking this up as a crusade. It's not in the news. Again,
and part of it is that the numbers are so huge, it just sort of flies away, right? A trillion is 1,000 billion. A billion is 1,000 million. So we're talking about such huge numbers, it's just hard to
I was thinking today about that number 2.1 trillion, which was announced on September 10th, 2001. It had been floating around for several months at that point, but I remember thinking of that number and thinking, 2 trillion. And realizing I myself in my own head was rounding that off to the nearest trillion. I was rounding off $100 billion just because, the 2.12 trillion, it's the same thing. No, I was rounding off $100 billion, which is 1/6 of the budget of the Pentagon in its entirety. I mean, again, we can't wrap our heads around these numbers. It's just utterly unfathomable.
I think, coming back to your question, what can we know? And I think one thing we can know is that the government is hiding, right? So this is coming out, but my goodness, no real underlying data has been released. Nobody is saying, yeah, please have a look at these transactions. They're hiding. How you... if you flip a coin, it's a 50% chance it'll be heads or tails. If you flip 2 coins, it's a 25% chance that you'll get 2 heads in a row. And if you flip 3 coins, what are the odds that you'll get 3 heads in a row? And of course, that's 12.5%. Well, so I have about 10 things that favor non-transparency, that have happened along the way. So now we're talking about, well, what's the likelihood? I don't know what these probabilities are, but what's the let's just give them the benefit of the doubt. Well, 50%, well, they just redacted the report because that was the right, wise thing to do. They, maybe they were just revising their website and that's why they pulled all those reports off and then eventually they put them back. Maybe that really was that. Right? Let's just give them a 50% chance that they were actually trying to hide something. right? So if you just assign all of those 10 things that have happened, full redaction of the reports, the government, at this particular time, changing the reporting rules in the favor of non-transparency. At one point, Dave Lindorf gave an interview on NPR, and whether this was, I don't know that for whatever reason that it emerged, but he mischaracterized me and said, well, Mark just thinks that these are just plugs. And that's not true. I don't know, right? And I can't get more information. So all these things happen in the favor of sort of characterizing this as just, big comedy of errors. And what's the probability of those 10 things happening? And it's so small. It's like 0.09. I did the calculation. 0.097% chance.
You're such an economist.
All of these things could happen in the direction of non-transparency, and it's like, well, what's the likelihood of that? And so it appears to me that we can confidently say our government, it's not just DOD, our government is hiding lots of stuff, and and why are they hiding? Is it because it's just all fake numbers? That's one conclusion you could make. Are they hiding because they're just incompetent? That's another conclusion you can make. Are they hiding because there's a whole lot of stuff going on, far more spending on who knows what, that could have real global implications and implications for the financial markets? And
right, well, let's get into that. As you say, you're working with Catherine Austin Fitts in this. Obviously, it's Solari.com, and this is missingmoney.solari.com. What is Catherine's take on this?
Well, Catherine's take is that there are literally, she uses the 21 trillion to sort of, as a place marker, but she'll say we don't really know. There are, these reports suggest there are trillions flowing in and trillions flowing out, but what we have calculated is just a smattering of the total. We can't know from just these reports, but she will say, based on my experience in HUD and what happened, and her feeling is that she saw the housing bubble coming, in part because of the shenanigans that she was aware of that was happening at HUD. So her feeling is that no, it's not just fake numbers or plugs, and it's not just incompetence, because she helped design the financial statements for HUD. And she says there's no way that we should find hundreds of billions of dollars in unsupported adjustments at HUD, and yet we do. So she has that expertise there. So her feeling is there's something really wrong. There's some spending is flowing in and out that to who knows what purpose, and so that's her feeling. I haven't had that internal experience. I'm a professor, so I'm bound by what I can know from, the resources I have at my own disposal. And so that's what I try to stick with. But I will say, as a human being and a citizen of the United States, I'm disgusted. It just makes me sick to my stomach to think that our lawmakers will allow this to continue. And who knows, right? It makes me sick to my stomach.
Well, that's the natural reaction to this. I would say if that isn't your reaction to this story, and you are an American, then you don't understand this story. Again, maybe there's some explanation for this, and they'll open up the books fully someday, and I understand. I couldn't imagine what that explanation is, but until that happens, anyone who is not sick to their stomach by this story doesn't understand the story. So I guess that does raise the specter of the question that, again, as an economist, as a professor, you can't possibly answer, but I will ask you as a human being, what is the next step for this? It clearly is not going to be through this audit process, which, as you say, now is completely openly fake books that we can't rely on. And it's not through Congress, which clearly no one is pressing this issue. No one is pressing through this. What options are on the table for the American public moving forward with this?
That's a good question. I think, what I've tried to do is just shine some light and adds a layer of transparency. And what it suggests is that we really don't have a democratic institution supporting, what's going on. But I think that if enough smart people are not smart, but enough people who are in positions of authority become aware of this, we can make a difference, right? If for example, pension fund managers recognize, wow, there's something really wrong, until we get some clarity, we're not going to buy any more government bonds. This is too uncertain for us. It's not a wise investment unless we have some clarity about what's going on. So if you get enough people in those kinds of positions of authority to say, you know what, we're changing our behavior and we're going to get this straightened out, then then you end up really pinching things, right? So I don't know if that will actually happen, but I think that's where it needs to go. People who manage billions or trillions of dollars in funds need to say, we need to really have an understanding of this, and until we do, we're not buying government bonds.
I think clearly you're right that there has to be some critical mass of understanding of this issue. And I think that brings us back to the fundamental question of the press and the press's role in bringing this issue to the public. Can we imagine a universe where instead of Stormy Daniels or whatever the outrage of the day was not being covered 24/7, it was this type of information that was being covered 24/7, it would be an issue. Everyone would be talking about it. There would be investigations. They'd do something at any rate, and something would happen as a result of that. But that is clearly not happening. So what contact have you had with the media over this? Have you found media interest in this? You mentioned, for example, Dave Lindorf, who you I assume worked with on his story for The Nation, who is now contradicting you and mischaracterizing you. There's clearly some problems here.
I like Dave, and I don't know that he purposefully mischaracterized me, but that's how it came across. And so I sent a note to NPR and I said, I just want some clarity. So I added, I said, can you please post this statement? And they did. So they did do that, a little too late, but at least it's there on record. I've had some people contact me, reporters, and so we'll see what they say. I don't know, I know Dave Lindorf has been doing a number of interviews. The Nation article just came out in print. But it's not really hitting, the only reason it made the New York Times and the Washington Post was because, what is her name, Ortiz, the new incoming congresswoman, had tweeted out about the $21 trillion and how that could be used to support social programs. And so then there was this big question about fact-checking. And the good news is that they fact-check the 21 trillion in transactions that couldn't be accounted for, but then said, well, it's not real spending, right? And my take on it is, well, she could actually be right. I don't know. We should be looking. And so at this point, the thing that bothers me so much is, everybody says, well, take our word for it, whether you're a GAO person or whomever. Well, it's not really that. And it's like, well, just provide a little transparency. Give us some information about the underlying transactions so that we can assess, because my trust level is at 0. You need to earn it back, right? Show us what it is. Have a hearing where people testify under oath. Let's have a layer of confidence and restore trust. And if there is something wrong, then it will come out, right? Right now, we just have to take people's word for it. And I think you and I could easily come up with numerous examples where our government officials openly lied, and it's verifiable that they lied for various purposes. It's like, well, okay, sometimes people misstate things, but in this case, we need actual verifiable evidence. It's so huge and so anomalous and so strange. None of it makes any sense whatsoever.
Okay, so in an attempt to summarize what we can state about this issue, we know that there are at least $21 trillion in unsupported transactions on the Pentagon's books, but presumably X number of trillion more, because, again, this is just what we're getting from little crumbs from these OIG reports that are issued in certain years but not others. So presumably, who knows how many more trillions. We know that there are, in fact, many more trillions of dollars in supported adjustments that are only supported because we're taking the word for it that someone high up signed off on it, so that's good enough. So, again, we have no idea how much bigger this problem is, but presumably much larger. And these very well could be real transactions of real money flowing in and out, real trillions. Again, we have no way to say that it isn't. So,
yeah.
in this case, we are really talking about something fundamental to the United States as an entity, and the way that it functions, and its revenue, and its resources.
Yeah, it's existential, right?
It's existential, exactly.
It's the whole thing is absurd, right? And you can do all kinds of calculations. Like, now, let me give you one last example. Let's say it's multiple counting. That's a common thing that people say. Well, we have our systems that don't talk to each other, and so a single transaction can be counted multiple times on both sides of the ledger as we move through the system. So the Army, for example, we found 11.5 trillion over this period that we looked at of transactions that couldn't be accounted for. Well, we know from other sources that about 40% of the Army's budget is for labor, for personnel. Though that's easily tracked, right? We have a Social Security number, we have money flowing out to people, benefits going out to people, right? That's not likely to generate multiple transactions. So let's take that 40% out, and let's look at the remaining 60% of the budget. And if you sort of go back over the same period and calculate the total amount of spending for non-personnel, and then take the 11.5 trillion and divide by that, every dollar would have been counted, had to have been counted 9 to 10 times. And I'm thinking, I just need to see the underlying data in order for, if that's the reason for this mass, show me, because I don't buy it.
All right, well, I think we will have to leave this conversation in this state now, because there's really, as we say, there's so many things that we don't know, and people who presumably should be providing this information to at least interested researchers like yourself are not doing so. So it's, again, an unfathomable situation. We will be directing people to a number of the resources that we've discussed here today, including, of course, the Missing Money page at Solari.com, and the link will be in the show notes. But are there any other resources that you want to direct people to, or any other writers or anything else that you want to bring to people?
The Missing Money at Solari.com is a great resource. It has some summary thoughts about, some of these questions that we're asking, and sort of updates along the way. It has all the original government documents. We pulled them and put them all in one location. We indicated the page number where you can actually go in and read the amounts of the transactions that couldn't be accounted for. In addition to that, I think there are 2 articles I wrote with Lawrence Kotlikov in his column at Forbes, and I think both of those articles are useful. It sort of goes through some of these scenarios and asks some pointed questions, and so that's useful as well, I think. And the Nation article has a lot of useful information, even though I don't necessarily agree with Lindorf's conclusions about the nature of or the reason for the adjustments.
Okay, well, as I say, we're going to leave this conversation here today, but if there are further developments or further reports, I hope you'll be back on in the future to discuss them, because, again, I can't think of a topic that would be much more important, as you say, existential topic for the United States generally. So, Dr. Skidmore, thank you very much for your time and for talking to us today. And if you have a personal website that you'd like to direct people to, please do so.
Well, you can find me at Michigan State University. I have a standard website, so you can learn more about my background in research there. Right. But if you want the missing money, go to CatherineAustinPhippsSolari.com website.
Okay, well, as I say, all the links will be in the show notes. Dr. Skidmore, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
The Corbett
Gary Webb was born on August 31st, 1955, and from a young age, he showed an inclination to become a journalist. At 15, he had already begun writing editorials for his high school newspaper in suburban Indianapolis. He went on to attend journalism school at Northern Kentucky University, and he was on the staff of the student newspaper The Northerner, but he dropped out of that school and started his professional career at the Kentucky Post, and then later also as a statehouse correspondent for the Cleveland Plain Dealer. It was in 1988 that Webb came to join the San Jose Mercury News as a staff writer, and some of his early reporting focused on exposing freeway retrofitting problems in the area and writing stories about computer software problems. It was with a much more explosive and wide-ranging story, however, that Gary Webb was to leave his mark on the annals of journalism in the mid-1990s.
My name is Gary Webb. I am an investigative journalist. I've been an investigative journalist for about 25 years for daily newspapers. And in 1996, I wrote a series of stories entitled Dark Alliance, which was about CIA involvement in drug trafficking. What my story showed was that the cocaine that was being sold in those neighborhoods was coming from mainly one source, and this one source was being used to finance a guerrilla war in Central America. The general idea of the CIA dealing drugs was something that the American mainstream press had never written about before, and that's why it prompted outrage among blacks, among drug reform activists, among politicians, by the CIA, by every federal agency involved in the drug war, because it showed they weren't doing their jobs. There was a fraud.
It's no exaggeration to say that Gary Webb's reporting in the Dark Alliance series was groundbreaking and shook the foundations of a number of American institutions, including, of course, the Central Intelligence Agency, and mainstream journalism, which had for years neglected all of the numerous leads in this story that continued to tie back to the CIA bringing drugs into the country. Gary Webb was by no means the only person drawing attention to these facts, but the Dark Alliance series, boosted by the groundbreaking website that the San Jose Mercury News, a regional newspaper with a very limited circulation, set up for the series, pushed this information into the mainstream in a way that mainstream journalists could not ignore. But as always, when a story this explosive is pushed into the mainstream spotlight, it is inevitable that the hit pieces will begin.
Those charges came from this man, reporter Gary Webb of the San Jose Mercury News. He became one of the most talked about journalists in the country, his story the most controversial of the past year, because after investigating the origins of the crack epidemic, he claimed he found a link leading right to the CIA.
Men who were working for the CIA's army were responsible for bringing all that cocaine into Los Angeles that sparked the crack epidemic.
The CIA's army, Webb says, were the Contras, the anti-communist rebels fighting the government of Nicaragua back in the 1980s, an army founded and funded by the CIA. Webb wrote that some Contra supporters smuggled cocaine to America to raise money for their cause.
The CIA has been bringing drugs into this country.
As then CIA Director John Deutsch discovered, it's an accusation that rings true for many, especially for some in the African American community. And Webb's story has taken on a life of its own.
Hey, Gary,
on the talk show circuit and the internet, some have even gone beyond Webb's charges to accuse the CIA of conspiring to target young African Americans.
Was the CIA willing to poison our cities with crack cocaine?
On the basis of what you learned, do you believe that there was a conscious decision, a meeting where someone sat down and said, we're going to poison the youth of Black America and here's how we're going to do it?
No, I don't. These guys were looking to raise money, and I don't think it mattered to them where they did it. They just went where they could raise the money.
Gary Webb says his stories were largely based on the testimony of a drug dealer with Contra connections who became a U.S. government witness. But 9 months after the series was published, the controversy continues. Some of the heavyweights of American journalism have examined Webb's work and found it reckless, often wrong. Just this week, Webb was pulled off the CIA story after his own executive editor admitted the articles oversimplified the origins of the crack epidemic and left out important conflicting evidence. He also wrote, "I feel that we did not have proof that top CIA officials knew." But despite the evidence to the contrary, Gary Webb insists his stories were substantially accurate. And many Americans do seem willing to believe that their own government could have been involved in drug smuggling. So was the U.S. government involved in any way? Dateline decided to take a second look. Crack use spread like wildfire in the early 1980s. And in Los Angeles, a drug dealer known as Freeway Ricky Ross was in the middle of it. Prosecutors called Ross the Walmart of crack. He made millions in the early 80s dealing to Los Angeles street gangs. Police say he was among the first to take expensive cocaine powder and cook it into low-cost, highly addictive crack, then distribute it through the gangs. Webb says Freeway Ricky helped trigger an epidemic of human misery.
It's destroyed our community. All the black men are in prison, most of us.
Rick Ross is now serving a life sentence for cocaine distribution.
The women are still strung on the drugs, kids without fathers, without mothers.
And honestly, how much responsibility do you have for that?
A lot. A lot of it is my fault. I played the game.
Police in Los Angeles say he virtually cornered the crack market, thanks to a steady supply of cheap cocaine. A pipeline so good that Ross was able to introduce crack to other cities, using his gang contacts, and to make himself, he says, a very rich man. On your best day, how much money did you see?
A couple million, 2, 3 maybe.
On a day?
On a good day.
How many days like that were there?
A few. Quite a few.
Rick Ross's drug supplier did have connections to the Contras. Dateline has been able to confirm that from former Contra leader Eden Pastora. And Pastora admits he received some aid from that drug supplier. But Pastora says he was not aware of any CIA drug connection. So we asked Gary Webb, where is the evidence the CIA knew of any drug dealing?
You have to define the CIA. If you're saying that people who were working with the CIA know they were doing it, yeah. Did the director of the Central Intelligence Agency know this? I don't know. This is nonsense.
Now retired, Dewey Clarridge was the CIA's man in charge of Central America in the early 80s. Yes. He insists the agency had nothing to do with any drug trafficking or with any cover-up.
Oh, don't give me the conspiracy bullshit. Come on, you're a more intelligent man than that. Come on. I mean, come on. There has never been a conspiracy in this country.
The attacks and the whitewash are perhaps predictable in this case, but the fact that large corporate-controlled outlets like Dateline even had to cover this story is a testament to the impact that the Dark Alliance series had on mainstream journalism at the time. From the time of the publication of the Dark Alliance series onwards throughout the 1990s, there was a flood of information corroborating the entire story.
There is fresh momentum in Washington tonight for more thorough investigation of accusations about the CIA and drugs. Accusations never proved or disproved. At issue, did the CIA during the 1980s look the other way while profits from the sale of crack cocaine in inner cities were funneled to the Contra rebels in Nicaragua? These charges have galvanized African American leaders and some others who are determined to force official Washington to take another look. David Martin has the latest on this.
A protest today by former drug enforcement agent Celerino Castillo outside the headquarters of the DEA.
They're trying to hide the truth from the people.
The latest chapter in a saga which began during the Reagan administration when a CIA agent stumbled out of the Nicaraguan jungle and admitted he'd been running arms to the Contra rebels. It's an allegation that will not go away.
While the Contras and their associates imported and sold tons of cocaine in the United States to help finance their war in Nicaragua, the CIA and DEA knew about it and looked the other way.
Cocaine which ended up as crack on the streets of Los Angeles. Black activists like Dick Gregory say that would be unforgivable.
Nothing in the history of this planet is as foul as what we are about to uncover.
The allegation has been investigated and re-investigated by congressional committees and by Special Prosecutor Lawrence Walsh. Now it's being investigated again.
I regard these allegations with the utmost seriousness. They go to the heart, the integrity of the CIA enterprise.
There is no new evidence. This former DEA agent who appeared today at an Overflow News conference has been making the same charge for the past 2 years.
The CIA and the DEA knew that the Contra pilots were involved in narcotics trafficking.
But the old evidence has become a cause célèbre in the black community.
The CIA and others have nullified the Emancipation Proclamation, which freed the slaves, and have instituted a new and worse form of slavery through chemical warfare.
The CIA's investigation of itself is not likely to change many minds, but both the Justice Department and the House Intelligence Committee have also ordered probes into what has to be one of the most thoroughly investigated episodes in American history. David Martin, CBS News, Washington.
One of the most startling corroborations of the Gary Webb Dark Alliance series came from, surprisingly enough, the CIA itself. In 1998, the CIA's Inspector General himself delivered 2 volumes of information on the subject, detailing explosive corroborating evidence to back up what Gary Webb had been alleging to a large extent, including a description of how the Reagan-Bush administration had protected more than 50 Contras and other drug traffickers, and by so doing, thwarted federal investigations into drug crimes. The National Security Archive at George Washington University even hosts a web page of source documents detailing the evidence for these charges compiled from declassified documents, including the notebooks kept by National Security Council aide and Iran-Contra figure Oliver North, mail messages written by high-ranking Reagan administration officials, memos from the Contra war effort, and FBI and DEA reports. And I would highly suggest people go to the documentation section for today's episode on CorbettReport.com to take a look at this page, which contains documentation of official U.S. knowledge of drug trafficking and the Contras, and evidence that NSC staff supported using drug money to fund the Contras. Indeed, Gary Webb, the lowly reporter from a small regional newspaper, had pulled off a journalistic feat so breathtaking that it could hardly be believed. Which is perhaps why it largely wasn't. Even after the CIA Inspector General's internal investigation in 1998 that concluded that there was Reagan-Bush administration collusion to aid and abet drug runners as part of their Iran-Contra operations, the mainstream news refused to report on that investigation, and thus it was almost like it never happened. As small of a solace as it would have been merely to have known that he had been right in his original reporting, even if it had not ultimately changed the official mainstream line that the CIA was not involved in drug running, Gary Webb was not even allowed to enjoy that small comfort. In May of 1997, the executive editor of the San Jose Mercury News wrote an open letter to the readers of that newspaper that, if it did not completely retract the Dark Alliance series, at least cut its own legs out from under it. The executive editor said that the series had fallen short in writing, editing, and production, and that it did not meet journalistic standards. The next month, Gary Webb was removed from the Dark Alliance story and transferred to the Mercury News' very small bureau in Cupertino, a San Jose suburb 140 miles away from where Gary Webb lived.
Right after we published the stories, and get back in the good graces of the rest of the media.
After parting ways with the San Jose Mercury News, which had hung him out to dry, Gary Webb began work for the California Assembly Speaker's Office of Member Services, and he began to serve as a consultant to the California State Legislature Task Force on Government Oversight. In that role, he investigated, for instance, charges that Oracle Corporation received a no-bid contract of $95 million in 2001 from the former California Governor Gray Davis. After he was laid off from that job in 2003 when a new House Speaker took over, he took a job as a reporter for the Sacramento News and Review. In 2004, Gary Webb was 49 years old. He was going through a divorce and just about to leave the house where he had been until recently residing with his wife and 3 children. And on the 10th of December, 2004, his dead body was discovered. Later that weekend, documentary filmmaker Kevin Booth phoned Ricky Ross in prison to break the news.
You there?
Yeah.
Did you hear the news? Gary Webb supposedly killed himself.
No.
But, of course, nobody thinks that it was suicide.
You lying.
No.
When?
Saturday.
Oh, man.
Let me just read it. This is the opening of it. Just the headline says, reporter of CIA cocaine Contra story kills himself. The California reporter whose controversial series linked the Central Intelligence Agency with the Nicaraguan Contras and drug trafficking in Los Angeles killed himself over the weekend. I talked to both Cele and Chico about it. They basically said that it was like a shotgun blast right close to his head, and but obviously nobody believes that it was suicide. But that's what the official story is supposed to be.
Oh man, I hate to hear that.
So what do you think? I mean, do you think he would have any reason to want to commit suicide? Yeah.
I'm just blown away right now. Not even how it happened, but just that it happened.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know him, but I just found out today, so I figured you didn't know.
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's not like mainstream news or anything,
Yeah.
It's kind of West Coast news.
Man, I hate to hear that.
Yeah, I guess he had 3 kids. Well, wife. I guess he was going through a divorce or something, but. Alex Jones, the talk show host who you talked to, he was talking about how so many of the biographers that have uncovered stuff about the Bush family, now they all end up mysteriously committing suicide.
Yeah, the last time I talked to Gary, he was excited and and happy about life, and he was thriving. And was looking toward the future. Just, man.
Seems pretty weird, huh?
Yeah, and he was such a good guy,
I mean,
and he did so much, for our case and whatnot. It's just, I don't know. It's like losing a good friend.
Yeah. What do you think? I find it hard to believe. The chances of a 49-year-old man just suddenly killing himself like that are supposedly 1 in a million or 1 in a billion even or something. It's like some ridiculous odd, and Alex was calculating the odds of it, and it's just, I don't know, it's pretty obvious.
Yeah, and Gary, he had so much, but he had told me before that people were following him around and tapping his phones and doing all kind of weird stuff to him, and it was a lot of weird stuff he was saying was happening. People on his telephone poles and.
Well, tell me about that real quick. Tell me what Gary said to you.
Well, he used to tell me that he would come home at night and there'd be guys, climbing up the pole and late at night, 12 and 1 o'clock, and at nighttime, and people following him around everywhere he goes. He has cars telling him, and his phone was tapped, and he said a lot of things were going on. They had moved him out from. Mercury News had moved him from where he was working in Sacramento to some far out country town, and he was just saying that they were kind of like giving him the blues. You know, a lot of things were going on that he didn't really like. And he said it was the government, too.
Wow. I mean, but I guess, like, the question would be, though, that if he'd already, like, done all this reporting, you know, what was the use in getting rid of him at this point? You know, unless there was still something that he was still going to do, or maybe this was like a revenge thing.
Well, you know, Gary was never satisfied with the way everything had turned out, you know, and from my understanding, he wasn't through working on the case. He was still digging and searching, trying to find the documents that would put everything together. Now, I know that for a fact that he hadn't stopped working on the case. He was still investigating.
What do you think? Where do you think it may have led if he would have kept going?
Who knows? I mean, it you know, with so much stuff and so many people being implicated that, you know, we don't know where it would have ended. Only God knows.
Was Gary Webb suicided to kill new book? December 27th, 2004. Quote, before all articles, legitimate questions, and informed speculation critical of Webb's alleged confirmed suicide are automatically tossed in the memory hole or are destined to endlessly travel through the conspiracy belt, I have some new and important revelations that need to be factored into the Gary Webb death equation, including information that he was working on a new book that he would soon finish. And what would people think about Gary Webb's official, airtight, confirmed suicide pronouncement if they were to read an email containing a recollected conversation between John Rowland and Gary Webb about this very subject? The possibility of Webb's being suicided, where Webb confirms that if he's found dead, it would never be a suicide. In case you're wondering who John Rowland is, he's a constitutional reporter. He's also the founder and webmaster of Constitution.org. I called John to clarify the details around the revealing email he had sent out to various listserv groups shortly after Webb's death. When I spoke with Mr. Rowland, I asked him approximately when he had this conversation with Webb. John said after the Mercury articles were written, and Gary had been living in Sacramento 3 or 4 months. John also reiterated that Gary had a cache of evidence left over from his writings that had never been published, which made him concerned for Gary's life. End quote. Now, in that article by Charlene Fassa, reprinted on Rents.com, you can also read the actual email that John Rowland sent around to the listserv groups just 2 days after Gary Webb's apparent suicide. Quote, I spoke to Gary, and in the conversation, he indicated he had a lot of evidence that did not appear in his writings. I cautioned him that the CIA might contrive to suicide him, and he indicated that if he died, it would not be suicide. End quote. Indeed, the coroner was extremely quick to rule Gary Webb's double gunshot wound to the head a suicide, but obviously the facts did not add up. The highly suspicious nature of the Gary Webb suicide was looked into at great length on PrisonPlanet.com in the days and weeks following the apparent suicide, and perhaps the single greatest source for the information questioning what happened that day comes from an article that was published on PrisonPlanet.com on December 15th, 2004. Evidence begins to indicate Gary Webb was murdered. Quote, credible sources who were close to Gary Webb have stated that he was receiving death threats, being regularly followed, and that he was concerned about strange individuals who were seen on multiple occasions breaking into and leaving his house before his apparent suicide on Friday morning. Ricky Ross, one of Gary Webb's primary sources, had spoken to Gary in the days before his death. Gary told Ricky that he had seen men scaling down the pipes outside his home, and that they were obviously not burglars, but government people. Gary also told Ricky that he had been receiving death threats and was being regularly followed. It was also mentioned that Gary was working on a news story concerning the CIA and drug trafficking. Original Associated Press reports stated that Webb had died of gunshot wounds plural, to the face. This was later changed to a single gunshot wound when people began to question how or why a man would shoot himself in the face twice. This represents a concentrated effort to cover up the nature of Webb's death. There have also been reports that the coroner on the scene had originally reported multiple gunshot wounds, but later changed his story. Newspapers also reported the fact that Webb's body was found by removal men without questioning why a man who was about to commit suicide would plan a house move. The Miami Herald and LA Times continue to attack Webb even after his death in their obituaries published yesterday. Both claimed that his work was discredited despite the fact that Webb was vindicated by congressional investigations. End quote. And just for those who really do need an explanation of why a double gunshot wound to the head as a suicide is not at all likely, you can turn to an article from December 18th, 2004 from prisonplanet.com. Only in Arkansas, Webb double gunshot wounds explanation defies belief. Quote, "We have uncovered an article from a case in Grand Rapids in 2001 where a woman was found dead in her bedroom. Her husband told the police he had discovered her dead body and that she had committed suicide. David Deist called 911 and later told detectives he was in another room when his wife shot herself," sheriff's officials said. He also told them he removed the gun from her hand. Deputies found it lying on the bed. For 5 months, the suicide explanation was largely accepted until the coroner came across an overlooked fact. The woman, Sandra Ann Deist, had 2 gunshot wounds in her head. Kent County Detective Sergeant Chet Bush made the following comment. "I had a lot of problems with someone shooting themselves in the head twice. We were suspicious at that point. We wanted more evidence, and it takes time to do that. After blood splash and DNA tests, the verdict was changed to homicide. Her husband had taken out a $50,000 life insurance policy on her and was having an affair. He had killed her." Here we have detectives and coroners stating the obvious. Someone with 2 gunshot wounds to the head could not have committed suicide. The sheer brazen gall of the Sacramento County Coroner's Office to state, "It's unusual in a suicide case to have 2 shots, but it has been done in the past, and it is in fact a distinct possibility," is disgusting. Yes, it's been done on the past on many occasions, all of which happen to have taken place in Arkansas. The many deaths of prominent political figures linked to Bill Clinton's scandals in the 90s, and how their obvious murders were always ruled as accident or suicide, became known as Arkancide, because Clinton's favorite coroner, Fahmy Malak, helped him cover up every case. Malak once ruled that a decapitated man had died of carbon monoxide poisoning. End quote. We have an investigative reporter who had independently unearthed some of the most damaging information to come out about the CIA in the last 20 years, who had more information about the CIA and its activities that he had not yet published, but was planning to in the near future. He had seen people that he had described as government people breaking into and leaving his home. He had received death threats. He had told people that he would not commit suicide. And then, we are asked to believe, he shot himself in the head twice shortly before moving men came to take his possessions out of his home. The preponderance of evidence indicates that Gary Webb did not commit suicide. Gary Webb was suicided. Without a doubt, the greatest tragedy that occurred on the 10th of December 2004 was that the voice of one of the greatest investigative journalists in our generation was silenced. But perhaps another tragedy is that Gary Webb did not live to see the vindication of his work and the acknowledgement that the corporate media had so long refused to give him, that his work was sound and that he had done groundbreaking journalism. That did come from the LA Times, the very same periodical that had committed so much of its time and resources to slamming him and his Dark Alliance series when it originally appeared, and even after his death, when it published an obituary that falsely claimed that Gary Webb's work had been discredited. In 2006, the LA Times published an article titled "The Truth in Dark Alliance." Quote, 10 years ago today, one of the most controversial news articles of the 1990s quietly appeared on the front page of the San Jose Mercury News. Titled Dark Alliance, the headline ran beneath the provocative image of a man smoking crack, superimposed on the official seal of the CIA. The three-part series by reporter Gary Webb linked the CIA and Nicaragua's contras to the crack cocaine epidemic that ripped through South Los Angeles in the 1980s. Most of the nation's elite newspapers at first ignored the story. A public uproar, especially among urban African Americans, forced them to respond. What followed was one of the most bizarre, unseemly, and ultimately tragic scandals in the annals of American journalism, one in which top news organizations closed ranks to debunk claims Webb never made, ridicule assertions that turned out to be true, and ignore corroborating evidence when it came to light. The whole shameful cycle was repeated when Webb committed suicide in December 2004. Many reporters besides Webb had sought to uncover the rumored connection between the CIA's anti-communism efforts in Central America and drug trafficking. Dark Alliance documented the first solid link between the agency and drug deals inside the U.S. by profiling the relationship between two Nicaraguan Contra sympathizers and narcotics suppliers, Danilo Blandon and Norwin Meneses, and LA's biggest crack dealer, Freeway Ricky Ross. 2 years before Webb's series, the Los Angeles Times estimated that at its peak, Ross's coast-to-coast conglomerate was selling 500,000 crack rocks per day. If there was one outlaw capitalist most responsible for flooding Los Angeles streets with mass-marketed cocaine, the article stated, his name was Freeway Rick. But after Webb's reporting tied Ross to the Nicaraguans and showed that they had CIA connections, the Times downgraded Ross's role to that of one dominant figure among many. It dedicated 17 reporters and 20,000 words to a 3-day rebuttal to Dark Alliance that also included a lengthy musing on whether African Americans disproportionately believe in conspiracy theories. End quote. Now that's just a portion of that incredible retraction in the Los Angeles Times, and I would suggest people follow the link from the documentation to read that in its entirety. But if that article from 2006 shows us anything, it shows us that in the end, those that caused the death of Gary Webb did not win, and his voice was not silenced. In the end, the truth will out, and the work of people like Gary Webb, who sacrifice their lives to bring us the information through which we can connect the dots and understand the world around us to an ever greater extent, will not go in vain. As long as we are able to maintain and perpetuate the knowledge that came to light through the tireless investigation of Gary Webb, his work is not in vain, and it continues to live on. And that is the greatest testament to any life. I leave you today with the words of Gary Webb on the role of investigative reporting in our society.
Investigative reporting is being sort of squeezed out of the picture, and I think intentionally, because it tends to ruffle feathers. I mean, good investigative reporting does ruffle feathers, and it draws lawsuits, and it gets newspapers in trouble.
When we remember the events of 9/11, we are often invited to reflect on how the attack came out of the clear blue sky. Until the terror began to unfold in real time on everyone's television screen, it was just another beautiful blue sky day, a perfect day for aviation.
It is 8 a.m. in Salisbury, North Carolina, 7 a.m. in Chicago, 5 a.m. in Calaveras County, California, where the news is being made on this Tuesday, September 11th.
From CNN. Anyway, that's all coming up. 8:01. Let's get to the top news stories of the morning. For that, we turn to Ann Curry.
Because now we have a camera. Katie Mattinell, thank you so much this morning. Good morning, everybody, again.
But isn't in America and in politics, isn't spinning? What is spinning, Charlie?
Well, spinning is getting out your point of view, trying to put your interpretation on something.
So do you think there is a lot of spinning done in politics? And
America pageant, but this year things are different. Contestants will be quizzed on current events, U.S. history, and government. 10 of the 51 contestants got a preview. Among the questions, naming the current vice president and knowing what happened December 7th, 1941. 2 contestants didn't know Dick Cheney was the vice president, and 4 missed the bombing of Pearl Harbor.
Miles and miles of sunshine. Miles Davis. We're going to put Miles out there today. Nice as it can be across the Northeast. Rough seas still from the chop from that hurricane. But other than that, it's kind of quiet around the country. We like quiet. It's quiet. It's too quiet.
But that was merely the public's impression of the events from ground level. Little did we know at the time, 9/11 was not a normal day of blue sky aviation. On the contrary, it was one of the busiest days in the history of American aviation. A dense forest of live fly exercises, drills, simulations, fake radar injects, and utter confusion. And that was before the attacks even began. This is the story of 9/11 that you didn't watch unfold on your TV that fateful day in 2001. This is the story of the 9/11 War Games. Part 1. War Games. It only stands to reason that government employees, armed forces, and first responders spend a considerable amount of time every year training to respond to crises. A major catastrophic event may only happen once in a lifetime, but if and when it does occur, the appropriate personnel need to know how to respond. Not all military exercises and government drills are the same, however. These training events can range all the way from computer simulations and war games, where no personnel are deployed and no physical resources are committed, to live field exercises, where real people use real equipment and even real munitions to practice responding to real-world emergencies or simulate real warfare. And as these drills move from abstract models to real-life exercises, the line between reality and simulation can become blurry. What does it mean, then, when a simulation of an emergency takes place at the exact same place and time as the real emergency is happening in real life?
Today we were running an exercise for a company, bearing in mind I'm now in the private sector, and we sat everybody down in the city, 1,000 people involved in the whole organisation, but the crisis team, and the most peculiar thing was we based our scenario on the simultaneous attacks on the underground and mainline station. So we had to suddenly switch an exercise from fictional to real.
Just to get this right, you were actually working today on an exercise that envisioned virtually this scenario.
Almost precisely.
In the hours after the July 7th, 2005 bombings in London, Peter Power gave a series of interviews to various outlets confirming that he had been running an exercise at the exact time of the attack. That exercise envisioned bombs going off at Liverpool Street, King's Cross, and Russell Square at exactly the same time as real bombs were going off at those very locations.
At 9:30 this morning, we were actually running an exercise for over a company of 1,000 people in London, based on simultaneous bombs going off precisely at the railway stations that happened this morning. So I still have the hairs on the back of my legs standing upright.
To get this quite straight, you were running an exercise to see how you would cope with this, and it happened while you were running the exercise?
Precisely.
What are we to make of this? Is this just a remarkable coincidence? Proof of the keen insight of advisors like Peter Power in correctly predicting the locations and times of likely terror attacks? Or something altogether different? And If this was set up by some intelligence agency or someone with advanced knowledge of the real attack, what would be the point? Why would they bother to schedule a drill rehearsing the event at the same time as the event itself? Just as there are various kinds of drills, war games, and exercises, so too are there different ways that such simulations could be used to help facilitate an actual event. A drill could be used to distract security services and hinder responses, for example, thus helping an attack to succeed. Or the exercise could act as an alibi in case the plot is discovered before it can take place. Or, in an even more chilling scenario, a war game or training event could be used to recruit patsies who, believing they're only taking part in an exercise, unwittingly move people or equipment into place for a real attack.
Yes, I am the king. Numero uno, baby.
Find something?
Yeah, I wound up in some government think tank's upload directory. Here's your scenarios, ladies.
These look like counterterrorism scenarios, war games developed for the Defense Department.
What's scenario 12D?
Airline terrorism? That doesn't make sense. Your father was murdered over a war game?
Download it.
Incredibly, the plot of the pilot episode of The Lone Gunman, a spin-off of the popular X-Files television program, aired in March 2001, depicted a scenario in which a group of government insiders piggybacked on a military war game involving a hijacked airplane to remote control a civilian passenger jet into the World Trade Center.
What the hell are you doing? Why can't you stay out of this? Leave me buried.
What is scenario 12D? We know it's a war game scenario, that it has to do with airline counterterrorism. Why is that important enough to kill for?
Because it's no longer a game.
If some terrorist group wants to act out this scenario, why target you for assassination?
Depends on who your terrorists are.
The men who conceived of it in the first place. You're saying our government plans to commit a terrorist act against a domestic airline?
There you go. Indicting the entire government as usual. It's a faction. A small faction.
For what possible gain?
The Cold War's over, John. But with no clear enemy to stockpile against, the arms market's flat. But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City, and you'll find a dozen tin pot dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility and begging to be smart-bombed.
But as outlandish as this idea seems to those not immersed in military history or strategy, the idea of a war game going live is not limited to the world of fiction. In fact, it is a real and openly acknowledged secret among military planners that such exercises can be used as an operational cover for a real attack. Reflecting on lessons learned from his tenure as Secretary of Defense under Ronald Reagan, Caspar Weinberger observed that the difference between a realistic exercise or maneuver and what could be preparations for an attack, that line is sometimes quite blurred. And Weinberger should know, it was under his watch that a fictional war game scenario brought the world to the brink of a very real global thermonuclear war. In 1983, at the height of Cold War tensions over the Reagan administration's moves to increase the US nuclear arsenal and his national security directive calling for the ability to win a nuclear war, NATO decided to simulate a first-strike nuclear attack on the Soviet Union in an exercise dubbed Able Archer 83. As recently declassified documents show, the exercise was unprecedented in its scale and scope, even involving a very real radio-silent airlift of 19,000 US troops to Europe. So realistic was the buildup of forces and the preparations for nuclear strikes during these war games that, as we now know from these documents kept hidden from the public for 30 years, Able Archer 83 very nearly caused a real nuclear exchange. But these concerns about war games going live did not end with the breakup of the Soviet Union. On September 10, 2001, the Russian Air Force began a week-long training exercise over the North Atlantic, Pacific, and Arctic Oceans. The exercise simulated a Russian bombing attack in response to NATO aggression. On September 9, 2001, NORAD announced they would be deploying additional fighter aircraft to forward operating locations in Alaska and northern Canada to monitor the exercise and ensure that our air sovereignty is maintained. The Russians called off their war game when the 9/11 attacks began to unfold. Military planners know that simulations and war games can be used as cover for real attacks. But what about 9/11? Were there any exercises, simulations, or drills that had a bearing on what was happening on that fateful day? Part 2. Preparations. In the wake of 9/11, the Bush administration's mantra became that no one could have imagined such an attack before it took place.
I don't think anybody could have predicted that these people would take an airplane and slam it into the World Trade Center, take another one and slam it into the Pentagon, that they would try to use an airplane as a missile, a hijacked airplane as a missile.
First, I must say, I knew of no intelligence during the 6+ months leading up to September 11th that indicated terrorists would hijack commercial airliners, use them as missiles to fly into the Pentagon or the World Trade Center towers.
Nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government that could envision flying airplanes into buildings on such a massive scale.
But, like everything else the Bush administration told the public about 9/11, this too was a lie. Not only had government officials envisioned flying airplanes into buildings or using an airplane as a missile, but multiple agencies trained for just such an event prior to 9/11. In fact, as General Richard Myers, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff from 2001 to 2005, went on to tell the 9/11 Commission, this precise scenario of a hijacked jet being flown into a high-value target was drilled by NORAD not once or twice, but 5 separate times in the run-up to September 11th. On November 6, 1999, they simulated an event in which terrorists hijacked a passenger jet flying out of JFK with the intention of crashing it into the United Nations building in New York. On June 5, 2000, they simulated 2 hijackings, one in which the terrorists intended to fly the plane into the Statue of Liberty, and the other in which the intended target was the White House. An October 16, 2000 NORAD drill saw a hijacker once again targeting the UN building, as did a nearly identical exercise on October 23rd of that year. One of NORAD's pre-9/11 hijack drills even saw the World Trade Center itself become the intended target. Other exercises involved not just hijacked jets as weapons, but tested NORAD's response to simultaneous hijackings being used in a coordinated attack on American airspace.
Well, obviously, it would be hard to imagine posturing for the exact scenario, but isn't it a fact, sir, that prior to September 11, 2001, NORAD had already in the works plans to simulate in an exercise a simultaneous hijacking of 2 planes in the United States?
Colonel Scott, do you have any data on that? I'm not aware of that, sir. I was not present at the time.
That was Operation Amalgam Virgo.
Amalgam Virgo is an annual NORAD field training exercise, meaning that real aircraft are deployed and actual personnel are used to simulate real-life situations. The planning document for Amalgam Virgo 01, which took place in June 2001, featured a picture of Osama bin Laden surrounded by airplanes. Amalgam Virgo 02, which was already in the planning stages on 9/11 and actually took place in June 2002, involved a simulated hijacking of a real Delta Airlines 757 by military personnel acting as civilian passengers, and ran through multiple scenarios for stopping the plane from reaching its target, including a shoot-down. But as uncanny as these similarities are to real-life events, declassified documents from the 9/11 Commission archive show that many other types of hijack scenarios were practiced in the years before September 11th. These documents prove that many of the lies told about the confused response to the 9/11 attacks are just that, lies. We have been told, for instance, that NORAD wasn't set up to deal with the domestic hijacking threat, because the Joint Command was solely focused on outward threats.
It's the way that we were directed to posture, looking outward. Those were the orders that NORAD had and has had for ever since the end of the Soviet Union, when we had, at that time, I think it was 26 alert sites around the United States, and we'd gone down to 7.
But time after time between 1999 and 2001, NORAD simulated so-called inside-inside events, where domestic airliners bound for domestic destinations were hijacked en route. General Myers simply lied when he said that NORAD's defenses were only directed toward outside threats. As these documents show, NORAD was actively engaged in modeling domestic terror threats, not only domestic civilian airliner hijackings, but even one scenario, dubbed Fertile Rice, in which Osama bin Laden directed an attack on Washington using a drone aircraft laden with explosives. And these were not the only pre-9/11 training events that bore a striking resemblance to the actual attacks. The specific scenario of a plane crashing into the Pentagon was drilled not just once or twice, but at least 3 separate times in the year prior to September 11th. In October 2000, a Pentagon mass casualty exercise, or MASCAL, envisioned a scenario in which a passenger jet hit the Pentagon. Army medics, the Arlington Fire Department, and other emergency responders participated in the drill. In May 2001, another Pentagon mass casualty exercise tested responses to a passenger jet crashing into the Pentagon's courtyard. This time, the Tri-Service DiLorenzo Healthcare Clinic and the Air Force Flight Medicine Clinic participated in the training. Lieutenant Colonel John Felizio, Deputy Commander for Administration of the DiLorenzo TRICARE Health Clinic, later remarked, "You know, it was kind of eerie. The scenario we had for these MASCALs was very similar to what actually happened. Our scenario for both MASCALs was a plane flying into the Pentagon courtyard." Then, in August 2001, just 1 month before 9/11, yet another Pentagon mass casualty exercise practiced building evacuation. As General Lance Lord, commander of Air Force Space Command, later noted, purely a coincidence, the scenario for that exercise included a plane hitting the building. Purely a coincidence. Time after time after time after time in the months leading up to the attacks, military personnel and first responders were trained to respond to the very events that the public is asked to believe actually took place on the day of 9/11. Some of these training exercises even involved real aircraft being pretend hijacked by real military personnel acting as civilian passengers. Purely a coincidence. As we can see, the idea that no one could have predicted the attacks of September 11th is not just a lie, but an absurd lie. In fact, the sheer number of times those very scenarios were exercised before they took place by itself raises the question of what these wargame planners knew about what was set to take place that day. But, as remarkable as all of these drills and exercises are, more remarkable still are the similarities between the events of 9/11 and the wargames that we now know were taking place that very morning. Part 3. Training Day. Tuesday, September 11th, 2001, dawns temperate and nearly cloudless in the eastern United States. A perfect day for aviation. Meanwhile, all around the country, military personnel, first responders, and government officials prepare for one of the busiest days of simulated terror in history. In New York City, preparations continue for Operation Tripod, an exercise run by the New York City Office of Emergency Management involving hundreds of personnel from FEMA and other disaster response agencies. The exercise simulates a bioterrorist attack on New York, and on the morning of September 11th, equipment is already in place at Pier 92, just 4 miles northwest of the Twin Towers, to treat the victims of this pretend attack.
On September 12th, Pier 92 was going to have a drill. It had hundreds of people here, from FEMA, from the federal government, from the state emergency management office, and they were getting ready for a drill for biochemical attack. So that was going to be the place they were going to have the drill. The equipment was already there.
And on the 97th floor of the South Tower of the World Trade Center, a team of technology consultants who have flown in from California for the occasion are running an emergency drill in the offices of Fiduciary Trust. Meanwhile, in Washington, members of the 12th Aviation Battalion, in charge of aviation support for the White House, U.S. government officials, Department of Defense, Department of the Army, and other government agencies, are 2 hours away from their base, participating in their annual weapons training. 12 miles south of the Pentagon, Fort Belvoir begins a garrison control exercise, drilling the base on its response to a simulated terrorist attack. Firefighters at Fort Myer, just 1.5 miles from the Pentagon, are sitting down for an aircraft crash refresher class. Matthew Rosenberg, an Army medic at the DeLorenzo TRICARE Health Clinic, sits down in Corridor 8 of the Pentagon to study a new medical emergency disaster plan based on the unlikely scenario of an airplane crashing into the place. And in Chantilly, Virginia, just 4 miles from the runway of Dulles Airport, the military and CIA personnel who staff the National Reconnaissance Office are beginning an exercise in which a plane crashes into their building. Members of the Joint Special Operations Command, the U.S. military's top counterterrorism unit, are in Hungary preparing for Jackal Cave, a highly classified joint readiness exercise. Fighter pilots deployed to monitor the Russian Air Force's training exercise in the Arctic are readying themselves for a day of maneuvers in Alaska and northern Canada. And at NORAD's Combat Operations Center at the Cheyenne Mountain Complex in Colorado, military commanders are preparing for one of the busiest days of war games and exercises in the history of the United States.
Michael Rupert is standing by at his office in Sherman Oaks, California. Michael, thanks for this. What is the reason for the failure of U.S. military jets to show up in a timely fashion on 9/11?
Well, the simple fact is, Barry, that they didn't know where to go. The reason that they didn't know where to go was because a number of conflicting and overlapping war game exercises were taking place, one of which, Northern Vigilance, had pulled a significant number of North American fighter aircraft into Canada and Western Alaska and Northern Alaska in a mock Cold War hijack exercise. There was another drill, Vigilant Guardian, which was a hijack exercise, a command post exercise, but it involved the insertion of false radar blips onto radar screens in the Northeast Air Defense Sector. In addition, we have a confirmation, thanks to General Richard Myers, who was acting chairman of the Joint Chiefs, who told Richard Clark, as reported in Clark's book, that there was another exercise, Vigilant Warrior, which was, in fact, according to a NORAD source, a live-fly hijack drill being conducted at the same time. With only 8 available fighter aircraft, and they have to be dispatched in pairs, they were dealing with as many as 22 possible hijacks on the day of 9/11, and they couldn't separate the war game exercises from the actual hijacks.
Yes, on the morning of September 11th, 2001, the stage was perfectly set for an unprecedented day of simulated terror throughout the northeastern United States. And then, it all happened for real. Part 4. This is not an exercise.
11, if you hear Boston Center. All right, Boston Center, Team U. We have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys we need someone to scramble some F-16s or something up there to help us out. Is this real world or exercise? No, this is not an exercise, not a test.
Confusion.
Okay, now we do. Yes, this is what I got. You hear, put that input about possible news at 7:37 just hit the World Trade Center. This is a real world. And we're trying to confirm this. Okay, continue taking the fighters down to the New York City area, JFK area as best as you can. Make sure that the FAA clears your route all the way through. Just do what we got to do, okay? Just press with us. It looks like somebody... It looks like this guy could have hit the World Trade Center.
Chaos.
Do we want to think about scrambling aircraft?
Oh, God, I don't know.
That's a decision somebody's going to have to make probably in the next 10 minutes.
Everybody just left the room.
Paralysis. There are many ways to describe the FAA, DoD, and NORAD response to the events of 9/11. But given that, according to the official 9/11 conspiracy theory, not a single fighter jet was able to intercept a single hijacked airliner between the first hijacking report at 8:20 a.m. and Flight 93's downing nearly 2 hours later at 10:03 a.m. The claim that the response to these events was actually enhanced by the war games and exercises taking place that morning is downright absurd.
The question was, we had 4 war games going on September 11th, and the question that I tried to pose before the secretary had to go to lunch was whether or not the activities of the 4 war games going on September 11th actually impaired our ability to respond to the attacks.
The answer to the question is no, did not impair our response. In fact, General Eberhard, who was then the commander of North American Aerospace Defense Command, as he testified in front of the 9/11 Commission, I believe he told them that it enhanced our ability to respond, given that NORAD didn't have the overall responsibility for responding to the attacks today. That was an FAA responsibility.
A question about our training posture on the day of 9/11. On page 5 of our staff statement, the FAA says at 8:38 in the morning, "Hi, Boston Center, TMU, we have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys we need someone to scramble some F-16s or something up there. Help us out." NEAD says, "Is this real world or an exercise?" My question is, you were postured for an exercise against the former Soviet Union. Did that help or hurt? Did that help in terms of were more people prepared? Did you have more people ready? Were more fighters fueled with more fuel? Or did this hurt in terms of people thinking, no, there's no possibility that this is real world. We're engaged in an exercise and delay things? Or did it have both impacts?
Sir, my belief is that it helped because of the manning, because of the focus, because the crews they have to be airborne in 15 minutes, and that morning, because of the exercise, they were airborne in 6 or 8 minutes, and so I believe that focus helped. The situation that you're referring to, I think at most cost us 30 seconds.
These lies have been carefully crafted over years and presented in such densely packed sound bites that it is difficult to deconstruct them all. General Meyer's assertion that it was not NORAD but the FAA that had the responsibility to respond to the attacks that morning is one such lie. In reality, NORAD is specifically tasked with dealing with such events itself, not waiting passively for FAA orders. NORAD's own regulations for dealing with hijacked jets specifically state that FAA authorization for interceptor operations is not used for intercept and airborne surveillance of hijacked aircraft within the continental United States. And General Eberhardt's assertion that the confusion over whether the events that were unfolding were real-world events or merely exercises cost us 30 seconds is belied by the actual audio recordings of the FAA and NORAD response that morning. Time and time again throughout the entire morning, air traffic controllers and military operators are forced to clarify that the events being reported are not part of an exercise.
Hi, Boston Center, TMU. We have a problem here. We have a hijacked aircraft headed towards New York, and we need you guys we need someone to scramble some F-16s or something up there to help us out.
Is this real world or exercise?
No, this is not an exercise, not a test.
What? What was that? Not real world. Real world hijack. Cool. Real?
1443. Look for it. Right there. Okay. Mode 3. 1443. Last known. No, this is real world. Okay, we're in the high chat.
I've never seen so much real world stuff happen during an exercise.
I think we put the exercise on the hold. What do you think?
This persistent confusion over the reality of what was happening that day is hardly surprising. Although the exact details are still shrouded under a cloud of official secrecy, On the morning of 9/11, NORAD was in the middle of a week-long war game that, coincidentally, included simulated hijackings of passenger jets. Vigilant Guardian is an annual command post exercise involving all levels of NORAD command. Vigilant Guardian 01 was a week-long war game described as a simulated air war, and, just 2 days before 9/11, it had involved a simulated terrorist hijacking of a civilian passenger jet by terrorists intending to blow the plane up with explosives over New York City. Even more remarkably, on the morning of September 11th, they were planning to simulate another passenger jet hijacking just 1 hour after the attacks began to unfold. In 2006, Vanity Fair reporter Michael Bronner was the first journalist given access to the tapes of NORAD operations that morning. In his subsequent article on the subject, 9/11 Live, the NORAD tapes, Bronner talked to Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Nasipany, the mission crew commander on the ops floor at the Northeast Air Defense Sector on the morning of 9/11. When they told me there was a hijack, my first reaction was, somebody started the exercise early, Nasipany later told me. The day's exercise was designed to run a range of scenarios, including a traditional simulated hijack in which politically motivated perpetrators commandeer an aircraft, land on a Cuba-like island, and seek asylum. I actually said out loud, "The hijack's not supposed to be for another hour," Nasipany recalled. As a command post exercise, Vigilant Guardian was not conducted with real airplanes, but what's known as Sim over Live, where simulated aircraft are injected into NORAD's air traffic system. Although the official narrative holds that the simulated injects were cleared from NORAD's radars as soon as they appeared, thus causing no confusion, the actual NORAD tapes tell a different story. At 9:04 a.m., directly after Flight 175 crashed into the South Tower, 2 officers monitoring the events at NORAD's Northeast Air Defense Sector, NEADS, can be heard to refer to the events as potential exercise inputs.
Is this explosion part of it that we're looking at now on TV?
Boston is now grounding.
It is possible second hijack also at United Airlines
Center, where they're working on right now.
2 planes? He was in Whiskey 105. Get the fuck out.
I think this is an input.
At 9:09 a.m., one NEADS technician complains about the exercises taking place and the confusion with real-world events.
Langley's on battle.
Fuck.
09.
What?
On battle station 09.
Happy to see you. Langley. LFI. I know. Sport. I'll have to cancel the exercise because this is ridiculous.
And at 9:15 a.m., an off-duty NEADS technician calls in to ask about the day's events and the ongoing exercise.
You guys watching the news?
Yeah, they got it on in the battle cab right now. Yeah.
I'm watching for about 10 minutes, Frank. I wonder if they could spend the exercise?
Not at this time, no. But I think they're going to go. Yeah. Things look pretty horrific out there, so.
Remarkably, at 9:30 a.m., a full hour and 10 minutes into the attacks, simulated aircraft were still being injected into the radar screens at NEADS. One frustrated staff member directing the response on the NEADS operation floor had to order his coworkers to turn their sim switches off, stopping the fake simulations from confusing the radar operators.
You know what? Get rid of this goddamn sim. Turn your switch. Hey, turn the sim switches off. Get rid of that crap.
Even worse, at the same time as these false inputs were distracting the radar operators, real military aircraft that were taking part in the live fly exercises that day were further complicating the response to the attacks.
Boston Senate team, you've got a question for you.
Yes, sir.
The military aircraft that are in the air right now.
Yes, sir.
We're wondering if we should tell them to return to base, if they're just on training missions, or what you guys...
No, they're actually on the active air, per the DO out there. I launched early.
Everybody's up, you want them up?
Yes, we did send the ones home in 105 that were on the training mission. They are sent home. The Panthers are out there for Modus.
Right, I understand that. I'm talking about, I think there's somebody training up in the Falcon Axe area right now.
No. Falcon, stand by. Let me,
Just in general, anybody that's training.
so, anybody in training, send them home. He's moving training missions of Falcon, send them home.
Yeah, we're going to send
Go ahead, send them home.
Okay, bye.
Even more incredibly, false radar injects continued to show up on radar screens at NORAD's operations center in Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado at 10:12 a.m., a full 9 minutes after the attacks had ended.
Northeast weapons.
Hello, this is Captain Taylor calling from Cheyenne Mountain Test Control.
Yes.
What we need you to do right now is to terminate all exercise inputs coming into Cheyenne Mountain.
Yes, can you call 6180 extension for that, please?
6180?
You bet, he'll give you that.
I'll do that.
Okay, thank you.
In the face of this overwhelming documentary evidence that the exercises taking place that morning were a persistent source of distraction that significantly complicated response efforts, the retort of the 9/11 Commission and its proponents that these false radar blips were a minor issue that, at most, cost us 30 seconds, rings exceedingly hollow. But that official story becomes even more implausible when it is learned that air traffic controllers and military personnel were not responding to 4 clearly reported hijacked aircraft, as the public now imagines it, but as many as 29 potential hijackings.
We were in the process of launching aircraft all over the country during that time frame. We had multiple aircraft called hijacked all over the country.
And in fact, as General Arnold said, we fought many phantoms that day. Now, we got many aircraft calls inbound that morning that turned out to be phantoms.
These false reports included United Airlines Flight 177, which was inexplicably reported as hijacked at 9:25 a.m., despite still being on the ground at Boston's Logan International Airport. Delta 1989, a 767 flying from Boston to Los Angeles that was repeatedly identified as suspicious on the morning of 9/11 and ordered to land at a secure, remote area of Cleveland Hopkins Airport, where the pilot signaled all clear to the SWAT team outside the plane with blood running down his face. Continental Airlines Flight 321, which had inexplicably squawked the hijack code from the plane's transponder 3 times before being safely brought down in Peoria. KAL-85, en route from Seoul, South Korea to New York, which inexplicably sent 5 separate and ongoing indicators of a hijacking situation before being intercepted by NORAD fighters over Alaska and directed to land at Whitehorse in northern Canada or be shot down. And literally dozens of other suspicious aircraft, inexplicable hijack indicators, false reports of planes that never existed, and other bizarre incidents, some of which have still never been explained to the public to this day. But the most baffling of all of these reports involved American Airlines Flight 11, the Boeing 767 en route from Boston to Los Angeles that, according to the official government conspiracy theory, was hijacked by Mohammed Atta and flown into the North Tower of the World Trade Center. Incredibly, air traffic controllers and military fighter jets spent much of the crucial time in the midst of the 9/11 attacks dealing with a completely false report that Flight 11 had not crashed into the World Trade Center at all, but was instead still airborne and heading towards Washington.
Scoggins Military, Boston Center. Just had a report that American 11 is still in the air and it's on its way heading towards Washington.
Okay, American 11 is still in the air on its way towards Washington?
There was another aircraft that hit the tower. That's the latest report we have.
Okay.
I'm going to try to confirm an ID for you, but I would assume he's somewhere over either New Jersey or somewhere further south.
Okay, so American 11 isn't the hijack at all then, right?
No, he is a hijack.
American 11 is a hijack?
Yeah.
And he's going into Washington?
Could be a third aircraft.
This completely false report, phoned in by FAA military operations specialist Colin Scoggins, further confused the already overwhelmed NEADS technicians. In response, NEADS mission crew commander Kevin Nasipany scrambled some of the only fighters in the entire defense sector to chase after this phantom flight.
Okay, American Airlines is still airborne. 11, the first guy, he's heading towards Washington. Okay, I think we need to scramble Langley right now, and I'm gonna take the fighters from Otis and try to chase this guy down if I can find him.
So confusing was this series of events that even years later at the 9/11 Commission hearings, both commissioners and military commanders struggled to even communicate about the problem itself, let alone determine how such a false report persisted for so long.
Commissioner Gorelick?
A couple of follow-up questions. First, for General Arnold. You testified before us before that the jets were scrambled in response to Flight 93, not American 11. And when what you were asked about,
I was wrong.
Yeah, but the question about that is, and I want to be fair to you and give you an opportunity to respond. You said that the reason that you were wrong is that you hadn't had an opportunity to listen to the tapes, or the tapes were not accessible. But I mean, I'm just holding 4 of them, different headquarters and CONAR logs that are clearly reflect that the scrambling was done in response to this phantom American 11, which didn't exist anymore. And it was your responsibility, as I recall, to do the after-action report, or to lead it, or to be in part responsible for it. Did you not look at the logs in that process?
Well, you referred to an after-action report that we didn't do. I mean, I don't recall doing an after-action report.
Why did no one mention the false report received from FAA that Flight 11 was heading south during your initial appearance before the 9/11 Commission back in May of last year? And why was there no report to us that, contrary to the statements made at the time, that there had been no notification to NORAD that Flight 77 was a hijack?
Well, the first part of your question, Mr. Commissioner, first of all, I'd like to say that a lot of the information that you have found out in your study of the 911, things that happened on that day, helped us reconstruct what was going on. If you're talking about the American 11 in particular, the call of the American 11, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
The American 11 that was called after it impacted, is that what you're referring to?
No. I'm talking about the fact that there was miscommunication, that Flight 11 was still heading south instead of having impacted.
That's what I'm referring to. That's correct.
General, is it not a fact that the failure to call our attention to the miscommunication and the notion of a phantom Flight 11 continuing from New York City south, in fact, skewed the whole reporting of 9/11. It skewed the official Air Force report, which is contained in a book called Air War Over America, which does not contain any information about the fact that you were following or thinking of a continuation of Flight 11, and that you had not received notification that Flight 77 had been hijacked.
As I recall, first of all, I didn't know the call signs of the airplanes when these things happened. When the call came that American 11 was possible hijacked aircraft, that aircraft just led me to come to the conclusion that there were other aircraft in the system that were a threat to the United States.
In their testimony and in other public statements, NORAD officials also stated that the Langley fighters were scrambled to respond to the notifications about American 77 and or United 93. These statements were incorrect as well. The report of American 11 heading south as the cause of the Langley scramble is reflected not just in taped conversations at NEADS, but in taped conversations in FAA centers, on chat logs compiled at NEADS, Continental Region Headquarters and NORAD, and in other records. Yet, this response to a phantom aircraft, American 11, is not recounted in a single public timeline or statement issued by FAA or DoD. Instead, since 9/11, the scramble of the Langley fighters has been described as a response to the reported hijacking of American 77 or United 93 or some combination of the two. This inaccurate account created the appearance that the Langley scramble was a logical response to an actual hijacked aircraft.
False radar inputs, military aircraft participating in exercises in the middle of a crisis, civilian aircraft squawking false hijack reports, fighter jets chasing phantom planes. Which of these reports were merely the fog of war, so often referred to by promoters of the official 9/11 story, and which were part of the exercises themselves? Were there field exercises of hijackings taking place that morning that were then mistaken for the real thing? What part did these war games and exercises play in hampering the response of the many military officers who had spent their whole careers training to protect American airspace? Did the war games help the perpetrators of 9/11 in their attack? The answers to these questions, like so many other questions about the events of September 11th, remain shrouded under a veil of official government secrecy. Part 5. Beyond Coincidence. Purely a coincidence. According to the official story of 9/11 itself, we are told that simulated hijackings were taking place at the same time as real-life hijackings. That an airplane into building drill was occurring at the same time as airplanes were flying into buildings. That false radar blips and fake hijack reports were competing for the military's attention with real-world radar blips and hijack reports. And throughout it all, technicians, operators, military personnel, and air traffic controllers were constantly seeking reassurance that what they were seeing was not part of an exercise. Purely a coincidence, or part of a premeditated plan? And if this unprecedented tangle of exercises, drills, and simulations was part of a premeditated plan, what was that plan? What would be the point of simulating the attacks, even as the attacks themselves were taking place?
For me, the pivotal evidence, absolutely demonstrating direct government complicity in and management of the attacks, was found in a number of undisputed yet virtually unaddressed war games that I have shown were being conducted, coordinated, and or controlled by Vice President Dick Cheney or his immediate staff on the morning of September the 11th. The names of those war games are known to include Vigilant Guardian, Vigilant Warrior, Northern Guardian, Northern Vigilance, and Tripod 2. There is a possibility that Northern Guardian is a duplicate name, but the remaining exercises are indisputably separate events with different objectives. All have been reported by major press organizations relying on undisputed quotes from participating military and FAA personnel. They have also been confirmed by NORAD press releases. All, except for Northern Vigilance and Tripod 2, had to do with hijacked airliners inside the continental United States, specifically within the Northeast Air Defense Sector or NEADS, where all 4 9/11 hijackings occurred. According to a clear record, some of these exercises involve commercial airline hijackings. In some cases, false blips or injects were deliberately inserted onto FAA and military radar screens, and they were present during at least the first attacks. Excuse me. This effectively paralyzed fighter response, because with only 8 fighters available in the region, there were as many as 22 possible hijackings taking place. Other exercises, specifically Northern Vigilance, had pulled significant fighter resources away from the Northeast U.S. just before 9/11 into northern Canada and Alaska. In addition, a close reading of key news stories published in the spring of 2004 revealed for the first time that some of these drills were live fly exercises, where actual aircraft, likely flown by remote control, were simulating the behavior of hijacked airliners in real life. All of this as the real attacks began. The fact that these exercises had never been systematically and thoroughly explored in the mainstream press or publicly by Congress, or at least publicly in any detail whatsoever by the so-called independent 9/11 Commission, made me think that they might be the holy grail of 9/11. And that's exactly what they turned out to be. Only one war game exercise, Vigilant Guardian, was mentioned in a footnote to the Kane Commission report, and that it was deliberately mislabeled as an exercise intended to intercept Russian bombers instead of a hijack exercise in the Northeast sector. Even then, a deliberate lie was told to the American people as NORAD Commander General Ralph Eberhart testified to the Commission that the exercise actually expedited U.S. Air Force response during the attacks. Before the Commission's final hearing, I undertook a direct investigation in an attempt to learn more details about each of the exercises and specifically who was controlling them or had planned them to take place on September the 11th. For it's abundantly clear, based upon the record of statements made by the U.S. Air Force and FAA personnel, that the games had effectively paralyzed fighter response during the attacks.
The exercises taking place on 9/11 could only be to the benefit of the attackers. No stand-down order would have kept any dedicated fighter pilot worth his salt grounded during the only attack on his country's airspace in his lifetime. But if those fighter pilots and their commanders had no idea what was real and what was fake, what was an actual threat and what was just a phantom blip, then their response could be effectively contained. And it was. The utter failure of the air response that morning is proof of that. But if the simulations and war games on the morning of 9/11 were part of a premeditated plan on the part of the attackers, then the obvious question is, who were the attackers? Are we to believe that the dastardly Al-Qaeda masterminds not only perpetrated the simultaneous hijacking of 4 civilian airliners, turning off the plane's transponders and putting them through a series of maneuvers that even advanced pilots could not replicate to hit their targets with pinpoint accuracy, but also penetrated the command structure of the U.S. military and NORAD itself to direct the planning and scheduling of simultaneous war games, mirroring their own plot to confuse the air response to the attacks? Because if that sounds like outlandish comic book fantasy, then there is only one other possible conclusion: that members of the National Command Authority, the U.S. military, and NORAD, in a position to plan and schedule such exercises, were the attackers themselves.
What the hell are you doing? Why can't you stay out of this? Leave me buried.
What is Scenario 12D? We know it's a war game scenario, that it has to do with airline counterterrorism. Why is that important enough to kill for?
Because it's no longer a game.
If some terrorist group wants to act out this scenario, why target you for assassination?
Depends on who your terrorists are.
The men who conceived of it in the first place. You're saying our government plans to commit a terrorist act against a domestic airline?
There you go. Indicting the entire government as usual. It's a faction. A small faction.
For what possible gain?
The Cold War's over, John. But with no clear enemy to stockpile against, the arms market's flat. But bring down a fully loaded 727 into the middle of New York City, and you'll find a dozen tin pot dictators all over the world just clamoring to take responsibility and begging to be smart-bombed.
But that's just fiction. And the fact that it all happened in real life a few months later is just another pure coincidence. The truth of what happened that morning would be remarkably easy to come to if those involved in the planning and execution of the day's training events were to open the records and allow independent examination of the precise situations that were being trained that day. How those scenarios were arrived at, who planned them, who was in charge of them, what radar injects and false reports and live fly simulations were taking place, how these exercise inputs were relayed to technicians and air traffic controllers, and what steps were taken at what times to allow those events to continue even as the attacks they were supposed to be simulating were actually happening in real life. But we shouldn't expect the guilty parties to indict themselves, and so it is no surprise at all that the official government investigation into 9/11 studiously avoided facing any of these issues head-on.
So we've Commissioner
Ask
Garelick.
about the war games that were planned for 9/11.
Commissioner Garelick.
Tell us about the 9/11 war games.
Could you please be quiet? We have only a few minutes with General Myers, and I'd like to ask a question. General Myers, I'm sorry.
I would ask, please, people in the audience to be quiet if you want to stay here.
So what does it mean when a simulation of a catastrophic and catalyzing event takes place at the exact same place and time as that event is happening in real life? This is one of the many crucial questions of 9/11 that have been swept under the rug over the past 17 years. But it is not a rhetorical question. It is a very real question with a very real answer. And until that question is answered, we will never find justice for the victims of 9/11.
I've never seen so much real-world stuff happen during an exercise.
energy. X tanks.